Welcome to a special edition of All Day, as we'll be doing for the rest of the week here for the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, which is about to get underway in Becker County Court, which is in Detroit Lakes. The trial scheduled to last 5 days. That included jury selection, which took the entirety of the day yesterday on Monday. Jury selection is always a tough one to call, whether it's going to take part of the day or longer, and it took the entire day. So now today, what we are waiting to begin is opening statements in this case. Mitchell charged with 2 counts, 2 felonies, burglary and possession of burglary or theft tools. Paul Bloom here as well through the duration of this trial, because you've covered this a lot from the very beginning. This was April of last year when she was arrested and taken into custody, and then the charges came down, which of course led to a lot of drama at the Capitol in terms of whether or not she should resign or not. Of course, the Democrats hold a 1-seat majority, and so there was a lot of resistance to that, but also the complexities of at what point, what threshold should somebody resign their seat. What criminal charges or accusations, bring that up. Of course, if it was a different seat majority, maybe we wouldn't be having that conversation. Who knows? You had brought up the case of the Eichhorn case.
Right, he resigned immediately.
Yeah, charged
rather than face expulsion, he was facing a
federal charges of sex trafficking.
Teen prostitute, correct? That was a Republican, Nicole Mitchell, the 1-seat advantage right now
for
the DFL Senate. So I know a lot of eyes from the Capitol, 200 miles away. This is small town Minnesota. We're going up to Becker. We do have a camera in the courtroom as soon as the proceedings get going. Kind of an interesting live streaming rule put into place by the court. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, they allowed cameras in the court, which is, Minnesota, kind of a case-by-case thing. Witnesses can opt out of the being on camera if they so choose. Typically, you see that with some of the friends and family or personal witnesses, not so much with law enforcement witnesses. And they have ruled that there is no live stream. So what they are allowing us to do, though, is to show you that on a 10-minute delay. So we're able to show you basically a playback of what's happening. So it's not live. So therefore, in theory, they're getting going or getting ready to get going, and we will bring that to you once our 10-minute window is elapsed, at which point we can bring you then a replay, essentially, of this. So it's not live, but it's close to it.
Yeah, I think the best way probably to describe it is just tape delay. Some people are familiar with that, perhaps with like Olympic coverage, but the court has mandated a 10-minute delay. We do know the jury got seated yesterday. I do want to point out the panel. Again, interesting dynamics here for the viewers who may be new to this case. This is a situation where a sitting state senator drove up to her stepmother's house. She admits, going inside. She's kind of caught red-handed in the basement bathroom. She claimed she was going to take possession of some of her dear dad's belongings, mementos that were important. He had passed away a year before. There was a probate issue where the estate was given to the stepmother. There's some suggestions that perhaps stepmom was suffering from Alzheimer's or some dementia or paranoia. So all this is going to play out in this case. I was interested to note in the panel of 15, they've chosen 3 alternates. 12 jurors typically deliberate with 3 alternates, 10 men, 5 women. I thought perhaps a female juror, just very stereotypically, might be more supportive of the type of story that we may hear from the defendant. But I think Marsh Hallberg, who's standing by to join us, might have some insights on exactly like what a jury pool might look like, what a trial looks like in small town Minnesota in a case like this. He's joining us now, criminal defense attorney, longtime political analyst for us here at Fox 9.
Marsh, thanks for joining us again, which you've agreed to do kind of throughout this to add some legal context here. Let's talk about, as we're waiting for opening statements to begin, the prosecution goes first, the county attorney there, but let's talk about jury selection here. I know you're not involved in this case. Let's make sure that is clear up front here. But as you're selecting a jury, if you were the defense in this case, there's a lot to go through. And first of all, what jurors do you try to kind of weed out in this case to not seat on this panel? What would you be looking for to sort of disqualify somebody from your selection?
Morning, guys. I think, well, one thing, whether you're trying a case in a small county or, head up in a Ramsey, some different dynamics there. We can assume, and again, I did not see the voir dire, but we can assume that many jurors may know each other, that they see somebody else at the VFW or they do whatever. So one thing is you're concerned about somebody feeling awkward, but maybe holding against somebody else with their point of view, guilty or not guilty later on, and then having to face their neighbors or rural friends, in a community setting 6 months later. So I'd really want to press on that if I'm a defense person, to say you've got to hold true and you can't worry about the look across the grocery store aisle in 6 months if that's a concern for you. And just agendas both ways. And the problem is some people just really want to be on a jury, right? They just want the experience, or this will be in a high profile trial, and they're going to kind of say whatever they think the right answers are to get there. And it's trying to weed behind that.
Yeah, and how much are you, trying to look for people who have as little knowledge or predetermined ideas about a case like this as possible?
Yeah, you're obviously looking, most people I assume have heard of the case. I mean, this is big time news in a smaller county. So probably everybody's heard about it. So it may not be so much that have you heard about the case, but can you set all that aside, that's all just gobbledygook as far as news reporting at this point? We got to go with what you hear in the courtroom. That's alone. So you're really trying to have people that are willing to start afresh and set aside their preconceived ideas on this. There's a lot of myth in the way we practice law, but there's some belief sometimes that men are more sympathetic to women than women are to women, that they will be harder on their own sex. So the fact that we have a majority of men here might lead to that belief by some attorneys when they pick juries, that they want to get men on this jury to feel more protective of this or to kind of push back a little bit. And as we chatted a little bit about yesterday, you're looking for people that maybe have gone through some deep grief, preferably recently, but any time in their life, lost a spouse, a child, a parent, and that deep agony that they have. And I assume that we're going to hear a heartfelt story from the defense about how she couldn't get access to the most basic small little items for a remembrance of her father, and the ugly part of that. I don't do probate law at all, but I've been told, and I think I've heard enough war stories about this, that people a lot of times, if you die without a will or something, it's pretty easy to carve up the money. Let's say you got 3 kids, every kid gets a third of the money or something. But what they fight over is, I call it Aunt Bertha's brooch, right? The piece of jewelry, the thing that's worth $5 maybe, but it has a sentimental value. And the value a lot of times of having a will in place is you can have a personal property list where you itemize specifically who gets little mementos of value to family members, because that's what they fight over a lot of times. It's not the pure dollar splitting.
Yeah, interesting. And we do know that the stepmother in this case, Senator Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, was the recipient of the entire estate. It's kind of spelled out, one in the criminal complaint, and then in subsequent court filings. But Marsh, sticking with the jury selection, who's on that jury, it's an interesting way to look at it, with the men perhaps defending or being more sympathetic to a lovely woman who's taking a witness stand or what have you, or facing these allegations. Of course, we don't know who the 3 alternates are and what the final jury deliberation makeup.
Nor do the alternates know who they are either.
Certainly not right
people
now.
don't know until the end, when a judge says, "Okay, you and you are the alternates. Thank you for your service." And you see those people that sometimes maybe look a little disappointed when they've sat through a whole case and they don't get to help deliberate.
But I did want to ask you, Marsh, about some of the, there were reporters in the courtroom, of course, yesterday. We were down here kind of waiting for the trial to begin, so I wasn't in the courtroom for voir dire myself. But some of the reporting had talked about jurors being asked about if they had family members suffering from Alzheimer's. People who had experienced a burglary at their own home and how they felt afterwards, and then asked about politicians. And of course, Nicole Mitchell is a senator. I don't know how much references can be made in the courtroom to that effect, but should politicians be held to a higher standard? So when perhaps no surprise that some of those big bullet points in this trial that we've talked about, Alzheimer's, deteriorating health, dementia, and then burglary, of being a burglary victim, and of course the stature of a state senator on trial. Any surprises there that those were some of the questions that prospective jurors were asked to answer by attorneys on both sides yesterday?
Right. I think that it sounds like they did a really good job. And as you guys have handled so many trials, voir dire, like you said earlier, you just have no clue how long it's going to take. Is it half a day? Is it 2 days? You just 3 days. You just don't know. Part of it is how many jurors you have to bring in one at a time because they have personal matters they want to talk about. But like I said, the political agenda is a big thing. You're in I assume, a fairly conservative county, and a more liberal politician, and making sure that people aren't making this a referendum on issues outside of the case.
One of the interesting things here, the pretrial motions, the state had asked that she not be referred to as senator. That was denied. The judge denied that, saying that we refer to deputies and officers and et cetera by title. This should be no different. What's the significance of the defense basically being allowed to refer to her as senator, or the state being denied the motion that she not be referred to as senator?
I recently had a hearing where we were fighting over whether somebody could be referred to as a doctor. And I think the same thing applies to a senator, is that there's that certain prestige that comes despite all the, pushbacks we have in politics these days. But the title senator, I think, brings a certain amount of respect with it, just like doctor does, or, investigator. So I think that's helpful for the defense to just have that out there to kind of bolster her credibility even before she takes a stand, if she does.
Even though that as Paul was mentioning, might come with those political, are there some emotional landmines there about bringing politics into it?
Well, I'm a big believer in that you win the football game in the last order, and so I'm a big believer in, you've got points like that you certainly are touching on in voir dire, and then you bring them home again in closing. So you build a theme in the questioning of the jury. You introduce it to them in the opening, but it's in closing where you get up and say, this is a place that is free of politics. Everybody should be judged as the same, whether you like this woman's politics or you don't. And you press that again really hard. And jurors, I think they really do, when they get into a back room to deliberate on this stuff, they really kind of hold each other accountable to follow the rules.
And Marsh, I'm just wondering, we're still at least 10 minutes away, as I'm told. The jury hasn't arrived in the courtroom. I don't think the judge is even on the bench at this point. So we are kind of in a holding pattern again, bearing in mind there's also going to be a 10-minute delay this morning. But it does make me wonder kind of what goes on behind the scenes in the courthouse this morning. I don't know. I don't even want to put you on the spot to ask how many trials you've done. But are these last minutes butterfly moments as you're starting to think about how you're presenting your opening statements? Take us inside the mindset of both the attorneys and then, of course, the defendant right now.
Well, being a trial lawyer, I think, has just been an incredible experience for my life, and most trial lawyers I know we love the courtroom. We like to hear ourselves talk too much, perhaps. But if we get to game day, all that prep. We're going to use a corny sports analogy here, maybe, but when you get onto the field, that's when it gets fun. I mean, it's all the hard work you did lining up witnesses and your questioning and ruling on evidence and all these other kinds of things. But you get in the courtroom, you're ready to roll, and then that's when trial lawyers really have a good time.
The charges here, let's discuss them again. The first one is a burglary, first degree, dwelling occupied, non-accomplice present. Basically, enter a dwelling without the consent of the lawful possessor with the intent to commit a crime while in the building, and another person, not an accomplice, was present in the building at the time the act was committed. To wit, Nicole Mitchell entered her stepmother's residence without consent with the intent to commit the crime of theft, and her stepmother was present at the time the act was committed. It seems like the facts of the case do fit the elements of that charge. So as you're looking at this from both the prosecution proving that and the defense trying to defend against that, what are your thoughts there?
Well, I agree with you, Rob, that the outwardly on the facts, when you read the complaint and what they have to prove, it looks like they have a really strong case. So if I'm prosecutor or talking to the prosecutor and keep it simple, stupid. There's a very simple theme here. There's only a couple, three. They're not going to deny it's her. They're not going to deny jurisdiction. This is simply about, and there's not going to be a denial that it's her house, that she was present, the mother-in-law was. So it's going to really come down to the intent to commit a crime. And you can do it, as you said, either you can enter a dwelling with the intent, I'm going to go in there to steal something, or you can enter going, I'm just going to trespass, and then I'm in there, oh, now I've seen some great good stuff, I've decided then to take it. So you can kind of form that intent for theft on your way in or once you're inside. She's got Senator Mitchell has a couple of statements there that I think are troublesome, because she says something to the effect of wanting to take something of her father's. And that's the problem they have, is if she had not said any of those things, it'd be a lot easier for her to say, I went in there merely to look at things, to take pictures. I wanted to take pictures of pictures. I wanted to hold his whatever. I wanted to smell his shirt. Whatever I wanted to do. I wanted to go down memory lane. And I was concerned that we had an Alzheimer's person your way. You can't be rational with an irrational person. And to try to go through the court system or the probate system and the cumbersome many months of trying to bring a motion, and is she competent or not to consent, and everything's going to be, she could destroy it all in the meantime. For all I know, she could have a bonfire and light it all up. So I just had to make that decision. There was no good answer for me.
So if the defense has to, whether explicitly or just implicitly, sort of acknowledge that the conditions of this charge, the elements of this charge, may be met by the circumstances and by her statements, then what is the defense?
In closing, you argue, look, if we just want to have trials where we can just have AI plug in the information and spit out the answer, a checklist of things, we can do that. But ladies and gentlemen, the reason the founders picked the jury system is to put a soul into these things, to have common sense, to have humanity. And you can see that, yeah, arguably, could you make the argument that there's each of these boxes of the elements have been checked? Sure. But now we got to look behind the spirit of the law and what we're trying. The senator was not in there to do harm, wasn't a stranger. She was there to simply reminisce about things with her father, and she was struggling with a person with dementia, and she simply had no good choice to do. Was it the best choice? No. But should it be criminal? Absolutely not. That's kind of the spin I put.
And ultimately, that decision comes down to the jury, right? Those are human beings in that panel, and that gets to why people are being asked about, have you dealt with a loved one with Alzheimer's who suffered from dementia? And you talked about kind of the nullification, almost a human nullification of the crime. Is that what we could be looking at during the course of this trial?
Yeah, I think so. And again, they tried to get a lesser included of trespass, correct? The defense did?
Yeah, well, the motion to the state that was granted was the state had asked to prohibit the defense from requesting that trespass be submitted to the jury as a lesser included offense, and the judge granted that. So the defense was prohibited from adding that. So, I mean, they don't have that lesser included offense to go to based on that ruling.
And another interesting...
That hurts them because, and a lot of times judges on that kind of motion will say, I'm going to wait till the close of the state's case to decide that. So, but to rule before they even start out of the gate that you can't have a lesser included, it's hurtful for the defense.
And another interesting decision by the judge pre-trial was to not allow the defense to bring in a medical record that very specifically, is our understanding, defined the stepmother's medical condition as Alzheimer's, that she had been recently diagnosed with the Alzheimer's, and it appeared the defense wanted to enter that medical record as evidence, and the judge said no. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of guardrails the judge puts on the case in terms of just making it a burglary case. I mean, obviously there'll be the family elements, but we'll have to watch that, right, Marsh? What comes in, what sort of human elements are sort of brought, and then the defense is allowed to enter during the proceedings.
Right. The kind of end run, the way the defense can still try to get that Alzheimer's info in, is to still just ask the defendant to say, what was your perception? I believe, right or wrong, maybe I'm wrong, but my belief was that she had Alzheimer's. My belief was that she was irrational, that she was, unpredictable and unapproachable, and it was frustrating to me. So I think she can still get in, whether it's it's her opinion. Whether it's true or not could be argued about later, but I think they'll still can get that in.
Marsh, we talked yesterday. I know you kind of brought up the potential idea that a defense attorney might wait, that they're not obligated to give their opening statement in order, that they can wait till the end of the trial. Had you given that any further thought? Do you think that's a legitimate play today, or do you think this will sort of fall into a standard beginning of a trial where the jury will hear both sides right off the bat, and then we'll get into witness testimony?
Believe it or not, in my younger days, which is a long time ago, I used to reserve my opening not infrequently. I've kind of done a 180 on that and always do it at the front end now. And after we talked and Rob brought it up as well as how unusual it is, I don't think I would wait. I think that the reason that you would wait sometimes is you want to kind of spring something on the state that they can't really prepare for in their case in chief. And if you signal it in your opening, you've given them time to prep for that or to ask additional questions during the trial to kind of stop that in advance. Here, I think the state knows where the defense is going. So I would expect both openings to happen at the front end.
Yeah, and how long in a case like this, we've seen this where opening statements are, sometimes the opening statements alone can take an entire day. I'm expecting here we're probably going to get opening statements in before the lunch break. Is that what you would expect?
Yeah. Yes, Rob. I mean, I think these are going to be really fairly short. Again, keep it simple, stupid, right? So that's what I think I would do here. And juries really appreciate that. They just hate it when lawyers drone on and beat something to death.
Marsh, as we talked offline this morning about sort of the case, the state goes first. Obviously, we'll hear from the defense today and we think we will in terms of an opening statement. But as the state begins laying out its case, I mean, there's not a lot of, it kind of happens in the home early that morning, April last year. We're zeroing in, on a storyline. We have to establish what the senator's father's death, the estate, and then we have to, get to the crime, Nicole Mitchell in the house. I mean, would you expect a police officer, so, get some body camera footage in of Senator Mitchell in the home first? Would you expect some family dynamic stuff off the top? I am told we're down to our final 90 seconds before we can go. So if you have a quick answer, give it to me. But sure. We're on the verge of that 10-minute tape delay. So what would you expect the state's case to look like?
We all think linearly, time-wise. We go start to end. So usually you try to put in. I like to put in the death, the probate, all of that stuff first, and then get into the officers, and then get into the victim, and then wrap it up. So like to go forward to back. Yeah.
So build the case with the investigators, the first responders, et cetera. And then how much we'll see body worn camera of those first officers that were there that confronted her. How much has that changed criminal proceedings, criminal trials?
It's all everything that happens now. Somebody grabs a phone and whips it out, and you get that, or you have the body cam. So it is just the last 3 years even. It has greatly changed how our cases happen because a lot of facts aren't in dispute now. We got it on tape, and the ability to go back for a jury to come back in deliberations and to review ask to see the body cam again, so they can kind of revisit the evidence, almost like they're hearing the trial twice. Yep, and we'll see that a number of times. All right, we are told that we are now ready to start with the opening statements from the prosecution here, from the Becker County Attorney. We're going to join our coverage from court now. That is Chief Judge Michael Fritz on the bench in Becker County Court.
Hearing assist. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And when you arrived this morning, you probably observed what we've all observed here, is that it's quite warm in the courtroom. When I arrived to court this morning, I was informed that the courthouse did not have air conditioning. A few moments ago, I was informed that the air conditioning has been restored. It may take a little bit here to get us to a comfortable temperature, so I ask for your patience in that. Before we begin with the trial, I am certain you've noticed the tripod camera and microphone just off to your right. Under Minnesota law, news agencies, the press, may petition the court to have a video camera and still camera in the courtroom during a trial to audio and video record and photograph the proceedings. There has been a request to do so in this case, and I have granted the request with strict limitations and restrictions. One rule or restriction of the law they operate under is that they cannot video, audio record, or photograph you, the members of the jury. There is only one video audio camera and one still camera. The video camera is set at a strategic position and angle to ensure that they do not video record the jury box, meaning you, the members of the jury. The rule also provides they cannot audio, video record, or still photograph voir dire, which was the jury questioning yesterday, which is why you did not see any cameras in the courtroom yesterday. You are not to concern yourself with the cameras during this trial. Your focus must be on listening to the testimony, the attorneys, and this court. As I mentioned, this trial is about to begin. And during the trial, you are going to hear testimony of several witnesses. You will have to make judgments about the credibility and weight of their testimony. Be patient and listen to the testimony of all the witnesses. Keep it all in mind until you have heard all the evidence. As you listen to the witnesses, you should take note of such matters as the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, their relationship to the parties, their ability and opportunity to know, remember, and tell the facts, their manner, age, experience, frankness, and sincerity, or lack thereof, the reasonableness or unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all other evidence, and any other factors that bear on the question of believability and credibility. In the last analysis, you should rely on your own experience, judgment, and common sense. You may take notes during the trial, but you should not feel required to do so. The most important thing is to give full attention to the testimony as you hear it. You should keep an open mind about all the evidence until the end of the trial, until you have heard the final arguments of the attorneys, and until I have instructed you in the law. Evidence is what the witnesses say and any exhibits submitted to you. What the attorneys say is not evidence. However, you should listen attentively to any statements the attorneys make. Those statements are made so that you can better understand the testimony. You will decide the facts from evidence introduced during the course of the trial. Evidence can be in one of two forms: direct evidence or circumstantial evidence. A fact is proved by direct evidence when, for example, it is proved by witnesses who testified to what they saw, heard, or experienced, or by physical evidence of the fact itself. A fact is proved by circumstantial evidence when its existence can be reasonably inferred from other facts proved in the case. During the trial, an objection may be made to some evidence, and I may sustain or overrule the objection and direct that a question not be asked or answered. You should not speculate about what the possible answer would have been. If I instruct you during the trial to disregard some statement that a witness has made, then you must disregard it. There are things you should not do during this trial. You are not investigators. You are not to go out and do any looking, and you're not to speak or not to ask people about this matter. Above all, you must not talk to anyone who is involved, the lawyers or the witnesses. You should not discuss this case among yourselves during the trial. At the end of the trial, you will have as much time as you need to discuss it, but that is at the end and not during the trial. When you go home during the trial, your family and friends will be curious as to what you are doing. You may tell them that you are sitting as a juror in a criminal case, and that is all that you should tell them. You may also tell them that you will tell them all about it when it is over. You do not have to stay away from people and refuse to speak to them. Do whatever you wish, but do not talk about this case and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in this case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, or other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms in order to discuss this case. Are the attorneys prepared with opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. McDonald.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know I did something bad. Those were some of the many words of Senator Nicole Mitchell in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, when detained by law enforcement. I ask that you specifically remember those words throughout this trial. I know I did something bad. On the night of April 21st, 2024, Carol Mitchell, then a 74-year-old widow, went to sleep in her Detroit Lakes home. It was the last time that she would feel safe in that home. That is because in the early morning hours of April 22nd, the defendant broke into Carol Mitchell's home. She broke in through a basement window using a crowbar and was caught red-handed a short time later. This case won't be about speculation. It won't be about trying to read between any lines. This case will be about what the defendant did, what she admitted to, and what you will see and hear with your own eyes and ears. The evidence will show that this was not the defendant's home. The defendant was not invited to the residence that morning, that she entered through a basement egress window by prying it open with a crowbar at 4:45 in the morning. The evidence will show the defendant was dressed in all black, including wearing a black stocking hat. The evidence will show that she had a flashlight in her possession that was specifically covered by a sock. It will also show that she had a set of what's called flashlight gloves in her possession. You'll learn more about that throughout this trial. The evidence will even show that the defendant removed her shoes in the basement of that house to try and be stealthier. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant entered her stepmother's home with a purpose: to steal. Now, after entering through that basement window, the defendant moved through various rooms in the home. However, despite her stealth-like efforts, she still woke up Carol Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell will explain to you that the defendant was actually laying right next to her bed when she, Carol Mitchell, got out of bed and accidentally stepped on the defendant. After she was stepped on, the defendant fled the room, went into the basement. Ms. Carol Mitchell immediately calls 911, and members of the Detroit Lakes Police Department are there within minutes. You will hear from those officers who responded to the scene: Officer Joe Sternhagen and Officer Ethan Wolfe. Perhaps more importantly, you will see firsthand their body-worn camera footage. You will get to relive those tense moments as they descended into Carol Mitchell's basement. And you will see the moment that Officer Sternhagen discovered the defendant hiding in a basement bathroom. And what were the defendant's first words at that time? "Carol, it's Nicole. I was just trying to get a few of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me." The defendant's own words will make it clear that she was there to take items. And under the law, that is all that is required to prove burglary: unlawful entry with the intent to commit a crime inside. I know I did something bad. Now pay close attention to those initial statements that the defendant made to law enforcement. She admitted to entering through a back window. She admitted to wanting to take items from the home. She said this not once, not twice, but multiple times. Clear confessions, clear expressions of intent, all caught on high-definition body camera. Let's take a moment and talk about Carol Mitchell. As I told you, she is a widow. She's now 75 years old. I suspect in the course of this trial, you'll learn that Ms. Mitchell has been diagnosed with the early stages of Alzheimer's. You'll learn that Ms. Mitchell was previously married to Rod Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell is the father to the defendant. You'll also hear that Mr. Mitchell did not have a will when he passed away suddenly in 2023. In early 2024, in a district court probate court proceeding, Rod Mitchell's entire estate was awarded to his surviving spouse, Carol Mitchell. Now, in journalism, it's often said that it's important to cover the who, what, when, why, where, and how. The same mostly holds true for this case. When the state rests, the evidence will show the following. The who, the defendant, Nicole Mitchell. The what, entering Carol Mitchell's home without permission and with the intent to take property. The when, April 22nd, 2024. The where, 709 Granger Road here in Detroit Lakes in Becker County. And the how, by using a crowbar to enter that basement egress window. And after the state rests, it's very likely you will hear from the defense. And I suspect that they will attempt to belabor the one topic I didn't go over. The one topic I didn't outline for you. The why. Why would Nicole Mitchell do this? Ladies and gentlemen, when the judge instructs you on the law at the end of this case, you'll learn that any why won't amount to a legal excuse. That is because no amount of grief or frustration can justify a home burglary. So with this preview in mind, I'm going to ask a few things of you during this trial. Number one, trust your eyes and ears. Believe what you see and hear on those body camera videos. Number two, do not get distracted. This case is about what occurred at Carol Mitchell's home in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. Period. What this case is not about, it's not about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. It's not about the frustrations that the Mitchell family may have had with Carol Mitchell after Rod's passing. Now, I suspect during this trial you're going to see some text messages or some exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant, some terse exchanges. You may see some terse exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant's aunts, the late Rod Mitchell's sisters. You'll probably hear of the miscommunication and frustration resulting over Carol Mitchell selecting a date to bury Rod Mitchell's ashes. You may even hear of a claimed or alleged broken promise by Carol to pay for a Disney World trip for the defendant and her kids. Was all of this related to Rod Mitchell's passing and the grief? Absolutely. Would these scenarios be upsetting to people? 100%. But grief and frustration do not justify burglary. Use your common sense and good judgment as you listen to the evidence throughout this case. And at the close of this case, the evidence will clearly show that the defendant broke into someone's home. Not just a building, but a place of safety and trust. And the defendant did so with the intent to take items. And that is a burglary. I know I did something bad. When this case is concluded, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of both of these counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor.
While Nicole Mitchell is lying on her in the bathroom following the officer's instructions, she hears Carol Mitchell's voice in the background. And that's when Nicole Mitchell says, "It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. Now, in this moment, Nicole knows something that nobody else knows. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is much worse than Carol wants people to believe. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is even worse than Carol herself understands. Nicole's parents were young when she was born, and they actually separated very early. It was so early, in fact, that Carol, being with her dad, Rod, is one of Nicole's earliest memories. Nicole is a hard worker. This is something that started in childhood. There are messages she hears, sometimes a glance, sometimes a casual comment, that makes her think she isn't good enough. Her response is to work in school, to work in activities, to work at everything. Nicole actually spent a lot of time with her dad and Carol. Most of her summers, in fact, were around them here in DL. They did big activities, small activities. They camped a lot. They took summer trips. In her teens, Nicole had a really strained relationship with her biological mom down in the cities. And it was so strained, in fact, she seriously considered living with her dad and Carol here in Detroit Lakes. The fact is, there were plenty of good things in Nicole's relationship with Carol. Carol would take her to the beach. They'd go to Zorba's. They'd go clothes shopping. Nicole actually felt more comfortable talking with Carol about boys than she did with her own mom. Nicole graduated from high school at 17 and went right into the military. This provided an opportunity to escape a pretty unhealthy situation at home. There's dark challenges that she experienced in the military, though, things that she wished hadn't happened. But the combination of both support and challenge, they sharpened and they strengthened her. Nicole graduated from college, and she continued in her military career working as a meteorologist. Among the many things Nicole did in the military was working as a hurricane hunter, flying into hurricanes to gather weather data. Nicole Mitchell feels joy, loneliness, happiness, and sadness like all of us. But she has long functioned in an environment where emotions are a liability. Nicole has been trained by life to hold her emotions in, to not let them completely come through. Along the way, Nicole went to law school and became a licensed attorney. And although she doesn't practice law actively, she has donated her time as a lawyer, including the program Wills for Heroes and other work related to children in the courtroom. She has been motivated to provide assistance and care to kids that she didn't always have when she was growing up. There wasn't a lot of money growing up in her mom's home. And so as an adult, she has worked multiple professional jobs, and she saves her money. She knows she's fortunate to have resources. Nicole has two sons, Sam and Liam. One she delivered and one she adopted. She balances her life among these interests. Her children, her role as a legislator, her role as a daughter, her career in the military. There is very little time left for Nicole, but she is wired to engage the world this way, and she is comfortable with the balance that she's chosen. Nicole Mitchell is a person who always gets things done. She always follows through and keeps her word. Her persistence can be counted on. And when problems come up in the family, she takes the initiative to fix those problems. Losing a parent is always hard. For Nicole, her father Rod's death seemed to come too early. And it also came at a time when Carol was in decline. Carol relied on Rod. He dealt with the logistics of the house, the bills, and many other things. Now, for Nicole, trying to step up for Carol took a lot of juggling, but she did it. Nicole talked, she called, she talked, she checked in. She started a group chat with Carol and her aunts to keep Carol engaged and connected. Nicole actually checked out lawyers to help Carol with the estate. Then, when Carol Mitchell said she'd actually hired Charlie Ramstad, a local attorney, Nicole checked him out and learned he was experienced, and that he also had represented the DL Police Department. Sometimes Carol's moods would turn on a dime. She could be loving and paranoid in the same day. Carol accused Nicole and her aunts of stealing a tin box that was supposedly full of documents, and Carol accused them of being obsessed with money. Now, this was false, but despite the false accusation, Nicole persevered, and she did everything she could to make the situation better. Even as she's dealing with her own children, her own grief, the grief of her own children. No matter how Nicole gets treated, she can't write off a family member. By the time Nicole drove to Carol's in April of 2024, Nicole's dad had been dead for more than a year. A year of Carol throwing out, giving away, and donating Rod's things. For all Nicole knew, there may not have been any of Rod's personal belongings even left in the house. Nicole knew that Carol was declining, and eventually Carol wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Nicole actually even went so far as to suggest that Carol could move down to Woodbury, where Nicole lives. Nicole had actually found a facility that would be perfect for Carol. She offered to let Carol stay with her if necessary, because the best facilities often have wait lists. Carol had no interest in this.
Mr. Engstrom.
Yes, Rod.
I'm going to interrupt, and if you would approach Mr. McDonald. Mitchell knew that Rod really loved Carol Mitchell. Whatever else was true about Nicole Mitchell's relationship with Carol Mitchell, the fact that her dad loved Carol Mitchell so much made Nicole Mitchell loyal to Carol Mitchell. In the fall of 2023, Nicole Mitchell was visiting Carol Mitchell. Carol Mitchell didn't want computers in the house. It was her view that removing the computers would remove the internet. Nicole Mitchell tried to explain to her that this isn't how it works. Carol Mitchell was adamant. So, Nicole Mitchell accepted one of the laptops. She thought she might use it for video games for the boys. As it turns out, it was a bit too old and slow for this. Nicole Mitchell finally hit a tipping point in the spring of 2024.
when Carol Mitchell arranged for Rod's ashes to be interred at a time when Nicole Mitchell and Rod's own grandchildren couldn't possibly attend the ceremony. Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell had been at odds before. But for Carol Mitchell to do something that kept Nicole Mitchell from saying a final goodbye to her dad, that meant that Carol Mitchell was really struggling with something. It was too much to leave alone. Carol Mitchell needed help, and she was not getting it. In the midst of this concern, Nicole Mitchell is doing spring cleaning and comes back to the laptop that Carol Mitchell gave her. The investigation of the laptop made her realize that it provided an insight into Carol Mitchell's life and into her decline. She was able to see Carol Mitchell's Sanford account online and see Carol's medical records. Nicole Mitchell saw that her stepmom's Alzheimer's diagnosis was worsening. Nicole Mitchell saw that Carol Mitchell got lost going to a doctor's appointment. An appointment that was on a Wednesday, but once at the doctor's, Carol Mitchell was confused about the day, thinking it was a Tuesday. Nicole Mitchell also saw that other people weren't attending any of these doctor's appointments with Carol Mitchell. So Nicole Mitchell knows that Carol Mitchell has a problem. Nicole Mitchell's aunts know it too, and it's something that actually discussed. She wasn't sure how bad it had gotten, and it wasn't clear whether Carol Mitchell had declined enough for the state to intervene. Nicole Mitchell had done the research and knew it was difficult to get the state to intervene with someone who has some dementia. Now, since other family members weren't stepping up, Nicole Mitchell decides that she needs to know for sure. Is Carol Mitchell losing too much weight? Is she drinking too much? Is she living in a dangerous situation? You see, this is something very real for Nicole Mitchell. Her aunt's ex-husband died after falling down all alone. No one was there to call 911. No one found him for a while. Nicole was very fond of him. Nicole Mitchell was very fond of him. The same was true for another one of Nicole Mitchell's relatives, her Aunt Georgette. She too fell by herself. And her son, who was supposed to be checking in on her, had dropped the ball. So by the time her aunt was found, she was unconscious and barely alive. She died just weeks later. For those kinds of tragedies to be a real thing in her life, it hit home. There were other events in Nicole Mitchell's life where she waited until it was too late. Nicole Mitchell had experienced losses because she trusted authorities to make the right choice. The fear of loss and regret burned inside her. On April 22nd, 2024, Nicole brings 2 laptops. Hers to document the house, and Carol's to return it. This is a house she has been in many times. She has a key. But Carol Mitchell has started barricading the doors with special bars. So in order to check on Carol Mitchell, she has to go in through an egress window. Nicole Mitchell sees things that bother her. A stack of bills and papers on top of the stove. A bit of disarray here and there. But Nicole's biggest concern is that Carol Mitchell seems to be getting lost. So Nicole Mitchell searches for Carol Mitchell's phone so she can make sure it's functioning properly and check for evidence of scams. Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to a doctor's appointment. Carol had begun needing help to find places she'd driven to and from for decades. Although Carol Mitchell has always managed to find someone to help her when she's lost, Nicole's fear is that that luck won't hold. Carol Mitchell will eventually get herself so lost, there will be no one to help. Or she'll ask the wrong person who's going to do her harm. But either way, Nicole Mitchell is afraid that the time will come when it comes too late. As Nicole Mitchell is checking on Carol Mitchell wakes up. Carol Mitchell is instantly angry and scared. Carol Mitchell yells at Nicole Mitchell. The fact that Carol Mitchell wakes up takes Nicole Mitchell completely by surprise, and she races back downstairs. Nicole Mitchell stays where she's at for several minutes, waiting for law enforcement to arrive. As law enforcement investigates, she puts her hands up so they can do their job safely. But it is surreal. Even more jarring than that is hearing the voice of Carol Mitchell in a tone that she has heard for 45 years. Now, what Nicole wished she had said is, Carol, you can't take care of yourself. You could start a fire with all the bills on the stove. You get lost going to doctor's appointments for your Alzheimer's, and no one is there helping you get to those appointments. You're getting days mixed up. You're not responding to texts and calls. You're barricading your doors at night. You've gotten too thin in a scary and unhealthy way. The doctor's summary says you're drinking regularly, whereas you never used to do that before. You introduced me to Jonathan, your son, at Dad's funeral as if we had never met, when we have known each other for years. You had stacks of unopened bills, making me worried that you weren't paying them, and you might fall behind or lose the house. You should probably have your driver's license taken away. Dad loved you so much, and I love you. And I will step up and care for you if no one else will. But in that moment, Nicole Mitchell can't bring herself to say that in front of these police officers, to risk enraging Carol Mitchell by saying those things that make her feel vulnerable and defensive. Nicole Mitchell feels everything she felt about Carol Mitchell when she was a little girl. Love, fear, dread of criticism. Nicole Mitchell knows that if she says what she feels about Carol Mitchell's decline, that Carol Mitchell is going to be truly outraged and fearful of being put into an assisted living facility. When Carol Mitchell finally realizes that it's Nicole Mitchell, she quickly accuses Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers and wanting money. It's the tin box again. Tin box that Carol Mitchell is fixated on. And so in the midst of police in the house, Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have a small argument that is completely separate from what's going on. Carol Mitchell says Nicole Mitchell wants money. And Nicole Mitchell says, in effect, I never wanted money. I just wanted a couple of my dad's things. Knowing how angry Carol Mitchell would be if Carol Mitchell realized that Nicole Mitchell is gathering evidence of her decline, Nicole Mitchell instead says something that's really part of a spat that Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have been having for over a year. It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. The rules say that we are allowed to tell you our defense during this opening statement. By the time Nicole drives to Carol's house in April of 2024, Nicole Mitchell has had the same familiar car for almost 20 years. Rod and Carol Mitchell's neighbors know Nicole Mitchell. So Nicole makes it a point to arrive when it is dark, to park on a side street, to wear dark clothing, and to be quiet. When you're checking on a paranoid loved one and hoping they don't notice, you take great pains to be unnoticed. Nicole Mitchell knows this house almost as well as her own. She moves very easily through it. When Nicole Mitchell comes into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to actually check on her and see if the phone is there, Carol Mitchell wakes up. The situation that Nicole Mitchell creates, with law enforcement everywhere, their guns properly drawn, rightly concerned for their safety and for Carol Mitchell's safety, it leaves Nicole Mitchell unable to think clearly. From the moment that Carol Mitchell starts yelling at Nicole, all the way until jailers put her in her cell for the day, Nicole Mitchell doesn't have an ability to think about what's happening or what she is saying. But the fact is, and the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning why Nicole Mitchell was there. They knew that she wanted to check on an aging parent who couldn't find her way to places she'd been countless times. Our defense is that there is no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help offered. And there can come a point where help was obviously needed because it's too late to intervene. Nicole feared being too late. Nicole takes responsibility for her actions, including when she messes up. If the government had charged her with trespassing, she would have pleaded guilty. But that's not an option. The government decides the charges. We don't decide, you don't decide, neither does Carol nor Nicole. A person can be not guilty of charges the government brings, even when they could be guilty of charges the government never brought. For the charge here, there are only two possible verdicts. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government, or guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government. And you're going to get a specific definition of burglary. And that definition might be very different from what your personal feeling is. It doesn't matter how they're dressed. It doesn't matter what tools they have. It doesn't matter how dark it was when they trespassed on someone's home. It doesn't even matter if they have lockpick tools or other fancy equipment. On its own, that could be a different crime, but not burglary. What matters for burglary is that they got in without permission and they intended to commit a crime inside the building. Nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky. Carol Mitchell calls 911 and says he was on the floor next to her. Carol Mitchell doesn't know who's there. And Nicole Mitchell doesn't leave the house. There is no description from Carol Mitchell of who was in her house. And yet Nicole Mitchell waits patiently. Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs. A concerned child stays. A burglary charge requires that the government prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the government has promised you they will try to prove.
You may approach.
Carol Mitchell has no idea it's Nicole Mitchell. And Nicole Mitchell stays in the house. Nicole Mitchell stays and continues to check on her relative. A burglary charge requires that the state prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the state has promised you they will try to prove. If they do what they promised you they would, you're going to hear a lot about dark clothing and flashlights and cars parked on side streets and early dark mornings and things like that. But the only real issue here is Nicole Mitchell's intent. We're not disputing that Nicole entered without consent. She did. But there are two possibilities. Nicole entered to steal something. Nicole Mitchell entered to check on Carol. Unless the state's evidence can rule out that Nicole Mitchell entered just to check on Carol Mitchell, then the verdict must be not guilty.
Thank you, Mr. Ringstrom. Mr. McDonald, are you prepared with your first witness?
Just one moment, Your Honor. The state would call Officer Dispatcher Joseph Robbins.
Okay. I think we're a little bit tight quarters there. If we can, Mr. Ringstrom, if we can just move and go around council table. The witness over here, please raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
All right. Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Full name, Robbins, last name, Joseph David, middle being David.
Oh. Sorry, I might have to ask you one more time. I apologize.
First name, middle, last.
Please.
Joseph David Robbins, Robbins. That's the last name spelling.
Sir, where are you employed?
Becker County Sheriff's Office, dispatch.
What is your current job title?
Emergency dispatcher for Becker County.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that role for 8 years.
As a dispatcher, what are your duties?
Emergency communications officers, EMS, firefighters, along with surrounding agencies as well.
Mr. Robbins, I want to turn your attention back to the morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. You recall that morning?
Briefly, yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
I would have been working from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m.
Do you recall receiving a call related to a home break-in in Detroit Lakes?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you recall at that time?
I believe it was roughly between the hours of 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. The amount of calls we take in, it's a little bit bleak, but roughly between those times, between 1 and 4, received a call from a female party that stated she had a home burglary or an invasion. Someone broke into her house, and doing so, I contacted law enforcement immediately. After gathering a little bit more info, I asked in detail, I said, how do you know someone's breaking in? Whether it'd be truthful or not, because we do deal with some of those types of calls. She said, and I quote, that I stepped on him in this case. And so we knew that it was actual act of home burglary.
You would have dispatched at that time?
I believe at the time it would have been Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen and Deputy Ben Bruce as well. Decided he would go because he's a K-9 unit and trained.
This was in the city limits of Detroit Lakes?
It was.
Are emergency calls such as that recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that call prior to today?
Yes.
Was it a true and accurate copy of the recording that morning?
Yes.
Did you also have a chance to review a transcript of that telephone call?
Yes.
Was that transcription true and accurate as it related to the audio recording?
Yes.
If I told you Exhibit 1, the phone call is marked as Exhibit 1 in the court's online system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I'm going to offer Exhibit 1 as well as Court Exhibit 1A.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 1, and for court exhibit purposes, 1A is received.
I do not have an exhibit sticker for 1A at this time, Your Honor. Apologize.
You can supplement later.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask to publish Exhibit 1 and distribute the transcriptions.
All right. You may publish the approach. and what you read. If you find a difference between the recording and the transcript, it is for you to determine from the recording which party was speaking and what was said. The transcript is provided to assist you in listening to the recording and will be collected from you at the conclusion of the playing of the recording. The transcript will not be available to you in the deliberation room at the end of the trial. And permission to publish was granted. If we can pass out the transcripts at this time. Mr. McDonald, if you would just wait until the jurors have copies of the transcript. And if you can. Does everyone have a copy? All right. And they've acknowledged so. Mr. McDonald, you may publish.
Now one. Somebody just broke into my house. They just ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
Oh my God. 709 Granger Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Becker 30 car for Ackenberg, Granger. 37 Party States individual broke into their house and ran down in their basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Did you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. He's just here.
I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't know where they could have. I don't see any. My yard lights haven't come on outside or anything. You know, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RP got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down inside the house before they ran into the basement. 37 copies. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh my God.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
Is there any exits in the basement? There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
Down on the back side of the house, yes.
Okay.
I just turned a small light on in my backyard and I'm trying to look out over that window. And
Did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
no, I haven't. I just heard something in the wind downstairs now.
Female police, she's
Okay.
set for. She believes she heard something else in the basement.
Is that police?
There's officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came in, thing.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. There's a drop window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's how he ran down there.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here. All right, Carol.
Sure.
You can. Should I hang up? Yep, you can hang up. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Jurors, if you'd pass the transcript down to bailiff. You may continue, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, at the end of the call there, we heard officer's voice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware which officer that was?
I believe that was Officer Wothy and Officer Sternhagen.
But do you recall which one arrived on scene first?
I do not.
Okay. Did this 911 call conclude your involvement with this matter?
Yes.
Okay. If I recall, you had a busy morning that morning?
With that call, yes.
But were there other calls that morning that were flooding your department?
I wouldn't say flooding, no.
No. Do you recall, was there another burglary call in a different location?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dispatcher Robbins.
Morning.
Do you still have a copy of the transcript of the 911 call?
I do not in front of me, no.
Yeah, if I may approach, I'm going to provide you a copy.
You may.
Sure.
And that appears to be the transcript of the call that we just listened to?
Yes.
All right. You see on the left side of that transcript that there are numbers to indicate the line of when someone says what and so on?
Yes.
All right. Do you see at line 26 where Nicole Mitchell says, I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what? Is that clear?
Yes.
Is there any point before line 26 where you use he or him?
No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that on line 32, Carol Mitchell also says he was on the floor next to my bed, he ran downstairs into my basement?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Dispatcher. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Robbins, would it be a fair conclusion that the caller believed in those initial moments that a male was in her house?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further. If
you would.
Your Honor, may I approach with the marked court exhibit?
You may. You may step down, Dispatcher. Again, watch your step. Thank you. Too many objects behind the bench. Mr. McDonald, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Joseph Sternhagen.
Officer, if you'd come forward, please. Once again, if you go around council table, I know it's a tight squeeze there. You come forward and be sworn. Right here.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
All right. Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Joseph Daniel Sternhagen, Sternhagen.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
City of Detroit Lakes Police Department.
And what is your current job title?
Current?
Current.
Investigator.
What was your job title in April of 2024?
Patrol officer.
How long have you been a licensed peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Since 2010.
Would you please outline your educational background?
I have a 4-year degree in law enforcement, and then my continuing education every 3 years. I meet the requirements for hours.
Where did you get your degree from?
Mankato State University.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience before joining the Detroit Lakes Force?
Yes, I worked for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs at Standing Rock, and then City of LeSueur.
Officer Sternhagen, what did you do prior to joining law enforcement?
I was in the Army.
You're a veteran?
Yes.
Are you retired or still active?
I'm retired.
Were you deployed, sir?
Yes, I was.
How many tours?
Just one tour in 2005 to Iraq.
So in 2024, you were a patrol officer?
Yes. What date? Sorry.
I'm sorry, in April 2024?
Yes.
Apologize for interrupting. Officer Sternhagen, what do your duties consist of as a patrol officer?
Enforce traffic and criminal law in the City of Detroit Lakes. So.
Sir, were you working on April 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
The 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift.
Do you recall being dispatched to a burglary call that morning?
Yes.
Where was the location of that call?
It was on Granger Road. I don't remember the exact address. So.
Was it here in the City of Detroit Lakes?
Yes, it was.
In Becker County?
Yes, it was.
Officer Sternhagen, to the best of your recollection, can you walk us through your response that morning?
There's a call of an active burglary to the residents on Granger, and I responded. My partner got there before me, and I entered the house. I could hear him yelling, "Show me your hands." He was on the stairs. I walked downstairs. The caller stated, and my partner stated they could hear the person under the stairs. So,
some rustling, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you refer to your partner, who is that?
Officer Ethan Woothie.
Okay. So what happened next?
Searched underneath the stairs first, and then I came back through the hallway, and the door was open to the bathroom, which wasn't previously open when I first walked by. And then I saw a female dressed all in black with their hands up like this.
Okay. Were you later able to ascertain who that female was?
Yes.
Okay. What name or what was her identity?
Nicole Mitchell. Nicole Lynn Mitchell, actually. So.
Saw Miss Mitchell again. Would you recognize her?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you outline where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a purple shirt, and I can't really tell what pants, black or gray pants.
Your Honor, can the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. So what happened as you first detained that individual?
I ordered her to the ground. Officer Ethan Woothie handcuffed her, and then helped her up and asked her if she had anything on her.
Prior to her even getting off the ground, did she make any statements?
Yes.
Okay, what did she say at that time?
When she was on the ground, she said, "Carol, it's me, Nicole."
And Officer Sternhagen, this entire encounter was recorded on body camera, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And you're doing your best to remember here this morning, but
yes.
Whatever's on the recording is what transpired and what was said. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items from her at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
She said she had a flashlight in her waistband, and she grabbed it from behind her, and then it fell to the ground. It was a flashlight with a sock over the top, over the lens, attached by a rubber band, secured by a rubber band.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Officer Sternhagen, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
That's the flashlight that she pulled out of her waistband.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 2.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 is received. You can just set it right there.
So at this point, the defendant is detained, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where do you walk to next?
Into the living room. And then she said she wanted to get some shoes.
Okay, was that, did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
So she did not have her shoes on at that time?
She did not.
Okay, and where did she recover her shoes from?
They were under the couch. I let her first try to get them, but she was handcuffed. So she pushed them further underneath with her feet when she was trying to get them on. So.
Does the defendant continue to talk during this time?
She does.
Okay, what else did she say?
I don't remember the exact order, but clearly I'm not good at this, and I'm a military commander, for God's sake.
Was the homeowner present as you were detaining the defendant?
Yes, she was.
Okay, was that a brief time period?
Yes.
And eventually the parties were separated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Where was the defendant led to next?
I walked her upstairs and then outside to my squad car.
What did you do once she was in your squad car?
I made sure her cuffs were properly fitted and she was comfortable, and then I read her Miranda rights.
Was she willing to speak to you at that time?
Yes.
To the best of your recollection, can you summarize what the defendant told you at that time?
She was upset with the relationship with her stepmother. Her stepmother stopped speaking to her. She left her house in Woodbury at 1 a.m. to come to the residence in Detroit Lakes to get some of her father's items. Ashes, a flannel shirt, and other mementos, she said. She said she entered through a window in the backyard. She said it's where the backpack was, but I never made it to the backyard to see where actually she made entry. So.
Your immediate response was to get in the home and find the individual. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you were never tasked with canvassing the yard or the house?
No.
Okay. Did she reference, did the defendant reference her, her stepmother's condition at that time?
She says she had advanced Alzheimer's.
Okay. At any point during that statement, did the defendant say that she was concerned or that's why she was at the residence?
Never. She never said that.
At some point, did you ask the defendant when the last time she talked to the homeowner, Miss Mitchell, was?
Yes, I believe she said October, November.
Just to clarify, did she differentiate between the last time she was at the house and when the last time they actually communicated?
I can't, without seeing my report, can't
Okay.
clearly answer that.
Would again, the statement would be accurate on your body camera recording?
Yes.
Did the defendant, was anything of the defendant's recovered from the scene?
The backpack was propped in the back window.
She say that was her backpack?
Yes.
Were you in charge of going through that backpack?
No.
Who processed the backpack?
Officer Woothie.
Where did you go next, Officer Sternhagen?
I transported her to the Becker County Jail.
She was booked in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you continue to converse with her?
Yes.
Okay. What did she tell you at the jail?
Well, I asked her what got her to this point, and she said it's been her father's possessions have been weighing on her, and it's been hard for her to sleep, and that's what drove her to this point.
At any point in your conversations with the defendant at the jail, did she ever express concern over her stepmother's well-being?
No.
At any point throughout that entire interaction, whether at the house or at the jail, did the defendant state that she was there to, quote, check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
At any point throughout your entire interaction with the defendant, did she state anything about medical information that she found out about Carol Mitchell?
No, she did not.
And Officer Sternhagen, you were equipped with a body-worn camera that early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay, this entire encounter was recorded?
It was.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review said recording prior to court today?
Yes.
Was there a slight edit for efficiency reasons?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
The drive from the house to jail.
And just to be clear, did the defendant make any statements during that drive?
No, she did not.
If I told you that your body camera footage was in the court's exhibit system as Exhibit 7, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I would not.
And you had a chance to review that prior today?
Yes.
And was it true and accurate?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 7 at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 7 is received.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, do not talk about this case amongst yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen.
All right, a morning break in the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court, that is in Detroit Lakes. We've heard opening statements here from both the prosecution and the defense, and then the first of two witnesses on the stand, a 911 dispatcher that took the call from the home of Carol Mitchell saying that somebody was in the house, a home invasion, and then one of the officers that responded testifying to what he saw, his interactions with Nicole Mitchell there, putting her in handcuffs, putting her in the squad car, and the statements that she had made during that process. And they're going to be, they're preparing to play some body-worn camera of that as well, but they have not gotten to that point, taking a break right now. So
that'll be fascinating though, right? The sitting state senator, we've seen the mugshot, the booking photo of her in the black.
Yeah.
You know, that will be a jarring moment, I think, with that body-worn camera coming up. But an interesting start.
Yeah.
The state going about 10 minutes in their opening statement. And it's interesting because, we start out knowing this case just through the criminal complaint, the charging document. And, as news reporters, we'll highlight, certain elements. And her statements that are made that seem so damning in the moment in writing are clearly huge. I mean, the county attorney there, I know I did something bad. It was the first statement he made to the jury. That's Nicole Mitchell allegedly being quoted. We'll see it in the body-worn camera of at least one of these officers. I know I did something bad. He repeated it 3 times. It's how he started his opening statement. It's how he ended his opening statement to that jury. But he was basically describing that she knew what she did was wrong, that it was criminal. Obviously, the defense is going to come back that it was human. It was her desperate, that the stepmother was in deteriorating Alzheimer's condition, and then she was there just purely to help, not to steal anything, not to do anything criminal. But then the prosecutor trying to establish an intent, an acknowledgement, a culpability in the moment. So we're off and running.
Yeah, and to sum it up here, the prosecutor, Brian McDonald, the Becker County attorney, he said this case won't be about speculation, not about trying to read between the lines. It'll be about what the defendant did and what she admitted to, and then later said the evidence will show the defendant broke into someone's home and did so with the intent to take items, and that is a burglary. So again, going by the elements of the charged crime, Bruce Ringstrom, her defense attorney, then talked about the relationship with the family and the relationship with the stepmother, after her father died, that the fear of loss and regret burned inside of her. And he got to the point that, the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning that Nicole Mitchell, why she was there to check on an aging parent. Our defense is that there's no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help that is offered, saying that prosecution must prove an intent to commit a crime inside the building. And the defense's case is that she was not there with the intent to commit that crime. So this is kind of the way it sets up.
Yeah, and I know we have our legal analyst, Marsh Hallberg, standing by. The other point I wanted to make that I thought was really interesting coming out of the defense opening statement was a clear admission there. He said she would have pled guilty to trespassing.
Yes.
They acknowledge that this was trespassing. She would have walked away from this case. Marsh, I'm just wondering what your reaction to a defense attorney opening up, basically telling the jury straight out there, if they had charged her with trespassing, this case is over.
There's zero risk to the defense, right? Because the judge already ruled that they can't comment on that and they can't bring it as a lesser included. So it's not like the state could say, okay, now we're going to add it and you can plead guilty to that. So they got the best of both in a sense that they've given the jury a what if, and we're guilty of something, it's just not this, right?
No, the prosecution, again, as we discussed before, but the elements of the charged crime, the prosecution saying, really play this by the numbers, look at the facts of the case, and she is guilty of this. And the defense saying they can't prove she intended to commit a crime when she went in there, and did talk about all these issues with the stepmother and dealing with the beginning stages of Alzheimer's and her concern, which is why she went there in the dark at night. Again, what do you make of these two vastly different approaches? One is really by the facts of the case, and the other one is by the context of what happened, of what was going on in their lives when this happened.
Well, first, I think we did a pretty good job of armchair lawyering here early on today when we were talking. They're doing exactly what we are the lawyers for either side, I think, what we would do. The state has the facts. I really like the prosecution's opening. It was short, it was crisp, keep it simple, stupid, right? And he got through the who, what, when, where. He said the one thing we don't care about is the why we're frustrated, why somebody is upset. All those things don't matter, and they keep beating that home. I think I counted 5 times that the prosecutor said the quote, "I know I did something bad." So that's the admission. You always argue that the most relevant, the most accurate are the statements you make in the moment, not after you have the time to lawyer up and think for a year about what you want to say. that you go with what was done at that point. And so the prosecutor will bring that home in closing. I know I did something bad. He reminded the jury to do that. So he kept it short, he kept it crisp, and look at the elements, and you're going to hear about all these other things. And he touched on them briefly, the Alzheimer's and the frustration and all these other things, and said it doesn't matter, which arguably you could say is what it should be. The defense, again, I think did a good job. I thought got a little long because he's trying to humanize the defendant and tell about their life story and their life journey. So he did exactly what we thought. They're going to agree to all of these things. And he, again, tries to poo-poo all of these facts about black hat, flashlight, barefoot, crowbar. None of that goes to the intent to commit a crime. The state's going to push back on it and go, no, they do go to that. Because if you're there to check on some loved one at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning, you don't need all of those things. And the argument that you're coming at 4 in the morning so that the neighbors don't see you going to the house, it's kind of a stretch. Yeah. But you do that, you still don't need a black hat, you don't need a crowbar, everything else for what you're doing.
Yeah, she was clearly trying to go in there and not be detected, which kind of runs afoul of checking on Carol Mitchell, although the defense did kind of portray that as checking on the conditions in the home, knowing that Carol Mitchell would likely not let her in the home. So they're trying to say she had to go in this way to see what was going on in there. And they also said that Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs, a concerned child stays, and saying that she didn't flee the home.
But the other thing on the flip side of that, though, the defense of the Ringstrom there also said at another time for other aspects of the case was she wasn't thinking clearly the rest of the day. So in this moment of clarity, she was the child that was going to stay and wait this out, and then in everything else she says, everything else for the next 24 hours, she is now in a fog because of, she can't think anymore. I thought that's interesting. I don't know how well that will play with the jury.
And they're going to play the body-worn camera to what one of the officers just testified to about her statements about going there to get a couple of things. So if the defense is saying that she's trying to check on her stepmother, but the statements are that she was also trying to remove some of her father's belongings, how does a defense try to justify those two together?
Well, as we talked about earlier, the dilemma for the defense is she did say, I know I've done something bad. I'm here to take a few things of my dad. And as the prosecution always pointed out, she never once said something about I'm here to check on my mom or I'm concerned about my stepmom, none of those kinds of things. The wording I had was Nicole didn't have the ability to say what she wanted to say. That Carol, I'm here to check on you. I love you. I'm concerned about your drinking and your weight loss. All those things. Didn't have the ability to say that. Yeah. Why didn't she have that ability? They're saying because it would have aggravated Carol in the moment and everything else, but that's a challenge. So they can't undo the body cam of her making these statements. So they have to explain it away and say she didn't say what she wanted to, or didn't add to that to put it in context. And that's the way they're trying to get around that dilemma that they have.
Mark, I kind of want to just ask about Carol's health condition. I think in at least pre-trial reporting, we had sort of said it when we used the term early stages. It sounds like it's more advanced, at least from Carol's perspective and the defense. I know she's a state witness. The courtroom will hear from her. We've been told she will not appear on camera. But how crucial is it to establish what kind of mental health condition she is in this trial? How much could that hinge if she shows up as a witness that, can't remember days and names of her children, let's say, or something really, stark? I mean, could that swing a trial eventually?
I think I assume the lawyers and the judge are kind of arguing about what protections are in place for Carol, what question they can go into. I don't think I think it could hurt the defense in some ways. It cuts both ways, right? This Alzheimer person who's a victim and everything else. You kind of got in what you need from her, right? You got the body cam of how she acted. They have her statements. There's going to be no issue that it was her dwelling and that she was there and it's in this county. So in some ways, do you really need her, right? Because other than saying that she gave her permission to be there, which she hadn't, and that's evident from the body cam statements that are going to come in or are in. So she's really not that important to this case. I think everybody's going to agree she's a confused woman, and to what degree kind of doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, it's really about proving the intent of Nicole Mitchell in there. Was she there to check on her stepmother? Was she there to remove items? As she's even said that, again, the defense attorney saying that the prosecution must prove intent to commit a crime inside the building. And the prosecution's going to say, well, her own words may have proved that intent to commit a crime inside the building.
Right. I like the defense attorney's phrase, there is no roadmap for how to deal with a loved one with Alzheimer's, right? And I think almost all of us have been touched by that, by one of our own loved ones or a next door neighbor, somebody going through Alzheimer's and the struggles and the day-to-day unpredictability and stress of that. So I like that phrase of trying to bring that home, that, yeah, was it the best choice? No, but she's struggling in the moment to do what she can. Right. So again, it's going to kind of come down to a jury nullification a little bit about, yeah, technically you meet the elements, but this is a good woman and she made a mistake.
Yeah, and that's what the defense attorney had said here, is that, again, the no clear roadmap, but this burglary is, you shouldn't, nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky, referring to the jurors in this case. Marsh, we're going to keep you on here, but we're going to take a kind of a quick break here as we reset and figure out exactly when the court's coming back in here. And I'm assuming we're going to see body camera video coming up next. But Marsh, we're going to take a quick break. Hang on. We'll check back in, with you in a couple of minutes. Thanks for watching our all-day coverage here of the trial of Senator Nicole Mitchell. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Fox 9 all day of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell happening in Becker County. Detroit Lakes is the city involved here, but the county is Becker County. That's the prosecution. That's where the charges have come from. Began this morning around 9:15 or so is when opening statements began from the prosecutor and then from her defense attorney. There have been two witnesses on the stand. The second one, I believe, is still on the stand. The first was a 911 dispatcher who took the call from Nicole Mitchell's stepmother early in the morning back in April of last year about an intruder in the home. And then second is one of the first responding officers from the Detroit Lakes Police Department. It is his body camera video that we are expecting to see once they resume. And to let you know too, the rules of this are this: we are not bringing this to you completely live. There is a 10-minute tape delay essentially between what is happening in court and what we are showing you here on our stream. So it is not a live stream. It is a tape delayed stream by about 10 minutes or so. And in about, we got another 6 or 7 minutes until we're back up with that delay. So Defense Attorney Marsh Hallberg's been joining us as kind of our insight here into the trial world, both from the prosecution and the defense standpoint. Marsh is a defense attorney for quite a while here, but that obviously is an insight to everything that happens in the courtroom. So Marsh, we appreciate your color commentary, as it were, as somebody who is not connected to this case.
Yeah, and I know once we get back into this break, right after the 11 o'clock hour, where you're going to, as we understood it, as they went to break, was they were setting up the body-worn camera footage, which is going to come in next. So we will see Senator Nicole Mitchell in the House, as the prosecutor described, caught red-handed, if you will, in the basement. We heard the officer, the second arriving officer who detained her, in the house, in Carol Mitchell's home, downstairs. She had gone in the bedroom because we know now, having heard the 911 call, that Carol gets out of bed. I mean, it's startling. That phone call, I did also think conveyed, how frightening, it was for Carol Mitchell in that moment. I thought you could hear it in her voice, but she actually stepped on who is now her
on Nicole Mitchell.
She thought it was a man, I think, but that the idea was the way the defense attorney had described it was perhaps trying to get into the bedroom to get at her phone, her stepmother's phone,
to check on her phone to see the state of things, if she's getting scammed, etc. That's what. So Marsh, what do you make of this? Again, the defense attorney saying the intent wasn't there to commit a crime, that they were checking on a loved one here that they were concerned about, but had to do it at a time of day in which they didn't know that they were in the house. It's a little bit convoluted kind of thing here, but does that play with jurors to say she wanted to check on her, but had to do it in this way?
I think a better angle on that may have been to say, look, I knew how upset Carol was, how volatile she was, how unpredictable she was, and I didn't want to cause her stress or alarm, but I did want to check on her and look at her paperwork and everything else. So I snuck in there at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not concerned about the neighbors as much as I'm concerned about waking up Carol, right? And so that's why I'm going in through the window and wearing dark clothes and sneaking around in her room. I assume that the defense will say we never were on the floor in a room, that Carol is just imagining that there was somebody on the floor. But I think that would have been a better spin of the situation of why I'm there at 4 in the morning. So I'm intentionally trying to sneak in for Carol's own good.
Right.
So was it, so I think that's a more logical, reasonable way to explain why you're doing what you're doing. I also, and this is why it's been really interesting to watch the body cams, and assuming the defendant testifies, is all these nuances of why this went on. Did she run down to the basement or and wait there for the police? Because they have the big line, right? A burglar runs, a concerned child stays. Or did she just think maybe she had woken up Carol, wait for Carol to go back to sleep, and she'll exit or continue to look at stuff? So to say that she was there waiting for the police at that point, I'm going, I don't know that yet, that's why she sat down there. But so that was a question I had. I think too that the state has done exactly what it should. Keep it simple. Who, what, when, where. We don't care about the why.
Yeah.
Right. And that is a really simple, easy soundbite for the jury to remember. We don't care about the why, and they're going to get up in closing, and the state's going to pound that. I know I did something bad. Bet the house that's coming up in closing a number of times.
Yeah,
on the defense side again is there's no roadmap, right?
Yeah, and I was just going to interrupt you there. Sorry, when the county attorney talked about, to the jury, don't get distracted. This comes down to what happens, and what was it for? What was the timing on it? 4:45 in the morning that day. Like, what happened in the house in that, whatever it is, 10, 15, 20 minutes. Don't get distracted, by the Alzheimer's, by whatever the defense is going to claim. The other thing is you got to the who, what, where, when, why, how, comparing it to journalism. Focus on that. And the other thing the prosecutor said, which I think is so important as we come back from this specific break, as we go into what we expect to be body-worn camera footage, is trust your eyes and your ears. Believe what you see and hear on the body camera video. So they think they have their case kind of coming up right here, right now, and they want this jury paying attention to these in the moment statements from the senator in that house. She's been caught red-handed.
Yeah, we're about 2 minutes, by the way, of resuming our tape delayed coverage. But go ahead, Marsh.
No, I think, and it's good timing. The jury's real fresh, right? This is first day of testimony. It's just the first morning. They're going to really be attentive to this. The thing I'm already thinking ahead days down the road is, if I'm the prosecutor in this case, I'm going to be ready for bear with this defendant about how she didn't have the ability to have said something simply about, I'm here to check on my stepmom, or I'm concerned about, not one sentence about that. Yet she's been in the legislature and all the battles there, and going through the military, and she's been in authoritarian or authoritative situations before with positions of power, that somehow she felt frozen out, that she couldn't at least express what she now claims is her true motive for being there was simply out of concern and monitoring. So I'd have a number of questions as the prosecutor ready to go if that defendant takes the stand.
Yeah, and it really comes down to what resonates with the jury, as it always does. Again, as you pointed out, from the prosecution, it is what happened. From the defense, it is why it happened. And the defense saying, don't pay attention to what happened, but think about why. And the prosecution saying, don't pay attention to why it may have happened, but what happened, and which one resonates with this panel of jurors more. We got about 30 seconds here. So
that's a really good summary, Rob. I mean, seriously, it's the what versus the why.
Yeah, that's really their competing cases here. And to say the other side doesn't matter. All right, we're going to see body camera video now being admitted as evidence in court from one of the responding officers here, who was just on the stand before we took this break. It's going to come right up immediately to this body camera video being shown in court in Becker County Court. Again, Detroit Lakes is the city, but Becker County is the county seat. It is their prosecutor that is charging and prosecuting this case. Again, started about a little less than 2 hours ago, but here it is.
Confirm that the witness's videos are looking at.
House. 10-4, 33 traffic to the north of the house. 10-4, there will be 33 traffic coming in.
30 or 37, I didn't copy. What's going on?
Still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window.
What's up for? Where to?
He's the other officers downstairs. We're trying to see if he's kind of bit off.
Here, watch out. Where'd you? Here, underneath the stairs. Police department. Underneath the stairs.
So it's in motion now? How's the motion?
Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
Sector 05, if you come up long, looks like there's a long driveway right to the back of the residence.
Another bathroom there.
Get on the ground.
Okay.
Hands behind your back.
There's some back to the tempo. Tempo, 451.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole?
Oh, come on.
I was just trying to get a hold of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
Also stole documents out of the house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Cool, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your aunt Nancy do it.
30 Becker, Route 1015.
No one did anything.
Was there Nicole Mitchell in house?
Stand up. Check it.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on
Take
me.
her out if you want to talk to her.
Not tonight.
Got anything on you?
No. I have a flashlight. That's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, transitioning right here for 1015.
10-4 or 10-15. Becker, you can clear 10-33.
10-4, clear 1033 at 452. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in-house.
Is it Mitchell?
Mitchell.
Mitchell? Mitchell. What's your date of birth?
10-4, not finding one then.
Huh?
10-10-1974.
10-10-1974. You got a middle name?
Lynn.
Middle name Lynn. Anything else in here? Did you drop
there's
anything
not.
else?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
She's gonna do what she's gonna do.
Okay.
My dad died last year. She's paranoid. Well, now she's really paranoid. But can I just grab my shoes?
Where are your shoes at?
Just under the thing. Just under the. No one has stolen anything from her, and I know this sounds weird. I mean, from a person in handcuffs, but never.
Here, why don't you get up? I'll grab them for you. So,
Thank you. You're black.
have a seat.
Oh, they're just stuck under there.
38, we got it.
Delmer, thank you. Why are your shoes stuck all the way on there?
Well, because I was trying to get them with my feet. Hold it up. I have never done anything like this. You're going to find it out. I'm a military commander, for God's sakes.
Okay.
She's got severe Alzheimer, and there were just a couple things in my dad's I wanted to come get. Because when everyone tried to help her right after the funeral,
She's trying to get money.
she kept, I can show you my bank account.
Well, let's go upstairs.
Had extensive resources.
front door here.
After the, I'm sorry, we're leaving?
Yeah, we'll go to my car here quick. I'll let you sit down.
Yeah.
Go ahead. This one.
Can you confirm that name one more time?
Go over here. Stand by. No, not in front.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got it. They don't give us automatic locks.
Okay, that's okay.
All right, have a seat. Are those tight? Hold on. Get up. You just want to make sure they're locked so they don't tighten up on you. Yeah. Hold on. All right, turn around again. Is that better?
That's better. I appreciate it.
That hurts? Or?
No, I'm thirsty.
Okay.
This is not my normal life.
370 pulls out window.
Okay, hold on a second. So you're on custody. I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay?
Okay.
I also noticed a hammer on the steps around the house. Cold down the wheel.
What?
Okay, what's you say your first name is again? Nicole. Nicole, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you can say can and will be used.
3705. Where did you say that hammer was?
You're in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer.
Last step before the door.
And to have the lawyer present now or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand each of these rights I've just explained to you?
I do.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
I'm just hoping, this mistake won't completely fuck up my life.
So,
I know, I did something bad.
do you wish to talk?
After the funeral, my aunts tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order.
Okay.
She has progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes that so we could bury them with the rest of the family.
Can I stop you quick?
Yeah.
What's your relationship to her?
Stepmother.
Stepmother? Okay.
But she's got Alzheimer's and she's gotten, I know this doesn't help. This is just going to prove the point. But she's gotten paranoid and thinks we're all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos. And that's all.
Okay. So what kind of mementos?
A couple pictures and maybe one of his shirts.
One of his what?
One of his flannel shirts.
Okay. And then how'd you get in the house tonight? Yep.
That window.
The window? Okay, which window?
Where the bag was.
Or the bag? I didn't go back there, I found it, so I just... So, what's in the bag?
A couple laptops.
Your laptops or someone else's?
My laptops.
Okay. Nothing else in there?
Water.
Water? Did you park? Yeah. Did you park or anything?
Yeah, I parked over on the side street.
Okay. What kind of car is it?
A Prius?
Prius? Okay. Alright. So you got through the basement window? I haven't been back there yet, so. And you're doing it, so this used to be your stepmother.
Do you have Carol and
Yeah,
Nicole?
I used to be here all the time.
Okay, when's the last time you were here?
Well, I got the RP Carol.
Last time I was here,
Unable to locate the name that was previously given for the suspect.
October or November.
Okay.
And then she just got progressively more paranoid.
Gotcha.
Factory 6100 units, another active bird, 103 Rivercrest Drive.
So I thought there was...
Hold on.
Okay. So what got you to this stage where you thought this was...
Oh, I'll clear you. Gotcha.
The ashes, I think.
The ashes?
State record, what do you got?
Gotcha.
Active bird, 103 Rivercrest Drive, apartment 23.
My cousin
That's where I'll
died
be
in November. And my aunt drove all the way out here to get the ashes per an agreement.
Okay.
Just to get here to be told, no, never mind. And that was really devastating for everyone not to even have the ashes.
Okay. And so you're here to get...
A couple of months.
You said pictures, shirt, and ashes?
Well, the ashes got buried before anyone got them.
Yeah, more info on the burglary.
I just wanted to get a couple of things before anything else gets...
Have you tried to talk to her before this?
RP, it sounds like an ex-boyfriend, possible PTSD.
We had a fight over the ashes situation, and she at least right now, wouldn't talk to me. It's just gotten progressively worse.
How long has it been since you last talked to her?
Month.
Month? Okay. Alright, so right now you're under arrest for burglary, okay?
Even if I didn't take anything?
So you broke in the house with an intent to commit a crime, so that's burglary, so. Okay, I mean, you're definitely dressed for it, and I understand your situation, but you still can't. I mean, there's other ways to try to go through it, so, I apologize for the situation you're in and stuff, but, okay.
Military retirement.
Nicole Lynn,
Yeah.
Lynn.
Yep.
And then last name again? Mitchell? Mitchell.
Yes.
And your date of birth?
10/10/1974.
10/10/74? Okay. Okay, you want to put your feet in, please?
100 units. The suspect is partway through the door, off and on, trying to get in. The ex-boyfriend, PTSD, is not in his right mind.
Means anything, but she's a state senator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's where he's all weapons.
So I'll run this since they're busy, so.
My caller has a knife. No mention of weapon of the suspect.
She's got a Prius parked that way.
There's keys there.
Okay.
So I tried looking for it. There's 2 laptops in there, so I'm going to go ask her if one of them are hers, but I didn't find anything.
Okay, where does that found at?
This was found in the window she came in.
Okay. Did you get a picture of the window and everything?
Yep.
The hammer's not really...
The hammer's not hers.
Okay.
Mom said that was hers for protection because she woke up in bed and she was laying by her bed.
She was?
Yeah.
Oh, well. She ran downstairs on it?
She ran downstairs. And then when I got up the stairs, I heard a bunch of rustling. So.
Yeah, it sounds like your kids are
I
there.
didn't find anything of interest in there.
Okay. I'll ask her about the laptop.
I'll run this.
Jailhouse and one that couldn't start a work. Or tried 301.
Nicole, I got your bag up here, okay?
Whole 5, it'll be that second building there, top floor.
Said her Prius is, she said parked around the corner, so just want to get that. What's going on? Yeah. You got her at it? Yep. Side. Note for me. And right through that door, okay?
Door he left. She didn't see any way that she ran. The victim's also saying that there's no residency here in 24. The door is usually open, but it's locked now. So.
Yeah, it's lettuce, it looks like.
If I remember the code for the master key. 327 Mercury. We have a suspect name for the freezing. It's a Harbury Ross. House for Breaker Ware. Give me his date of birth, please. Date of birth 7/1/75. going back there will be 10-8. 10-4.
Can I ask what the process is?
I'm gonna get booked in here, and as chances are, I'll be under influence of any drugs or alcohol tonight, so you'll probably be seeing a court today sometime or tomorrow for sure. So, okay. So. That's up to the attorneys, so I don't handle that stuff. So you have an initial hearing and then.
Is someone who convince her to drop charges? Is that a thing?
No, I don't. Look at that again on the side. What degree? Okay. All right, Nicole, I got to ask you some questions, okay? And some of them are kind of ridiculous. Are you a predatory offender? Are you a veteran?
Yes.
Have you been involved in a motor vehicle crash in the last 24 hours? Are you pregnant?
16.
Suicidal?
Oh, I bet the first building number 1 is clear. 10-4.
Hers too? Yeah. I'm debating if I keep this. Yeah, I probably will.
Alright. Good rest of the night.
Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to?
I don't know if the rest of it to me. There is water in the back, or there's any like.
They'll get you some water when they get you back.
Yeah, we'll get you some water.
Okay, so. Yeah, either today or tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to get our reports done in time. We'll see. But okay. But then you'll be seeing in court.
Today would be amazing.
Yeah.
Kids.
Okay. Did you drive all the way up from Woodbury tonight, or did you have to stay someplace? Okay. What time did you leave at?
Get this master key. Sounds like there's one apartment out there that we're gonna check.
So what drove you over the edge tonight?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're just like, I got it.
outside by the office.
Waiting. Especially this
41. Good morning, I'll be turning from my resident. I'm really in anything for me.
A lot of sleepless nights.
How you doing? Just call a car. Okay.
Couldn't sleep and thought about it.
And how often have you talked to your stepmom, right?
As I said, since the ashes was found.
Okay. Gotcha. That's been about a month? All right.
Actually, yeah. His anniversary of his death was March 19th. So.
Okay. And then how long has she been your stepmom for?
40 years.
40 years? Okay. So you know her for a long time then?
Yeah, since I was
4? Gotcha.
Doesn't have any other kids. She was up for adoption, but she doesn't. Or grandchildren.
Okay. Well, I'll include all this stuff in here. Again, I understand your situation, but I'm just...
I'm
So just based on the way you're dressed and your flashlight, and then you look like you thought this through quite a bit. So, and then driving all the way up, and then so okay. So like I said, I'll try to get this report started as soon as I can. So
Okay, I'm ready to hear.
In fairness, I wouldn't block.
Pardon?
I said in fairness, I wouldn't block.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We'll do one, please. And they'll come get you as soon as you can. Maybe a little while. But yeah, there's water there. What's that? Yep.
Officer Stirring, just a few follow-up items from that. There was some discussion when the defendant was in your squad about a hammer. Can you tell us about that?
There's just something that was found on the stairs. I don't know much about it. I never saw it.
But you have no reason to believe that that was the defendant's hammer, fair to say?
Yes.
In fact, I think the radio traffic made it clear that it was Carol Mitchell's for defense.
Yes.
Okay. We saw you packing up a backpack on the video. Did you initially inventory that?
No, I did not.
Okay, and who did that?
Officer Boothie.
Okay. Did you photograph the flashlight that we've already received into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Officer Sternhagen, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Oops. Is this a true and accurate photograph of the flashlight you took?
Yes, it is.
Is this after you had switched on the flashlight?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
To show that the sock was used in a manner to affect the way the light was being emitted from the flashlight.
Your Honor, I'm a little out of order here, but I'm going to offer Exhibit 3 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 3 is received.
Since it's been published already, I will take it down. Can we disconnect my laptop, or there we go. Officer Sternhagen, when you had officially arrived at the jail and the process was started, the defendant, is it true the defendant asked you, quote, can someone convince her to drop charges?
Yes.
And when you questioned the defendant at the jail, obviously Carol Mitchell was not present. Is that correct?
No, she was not.
When you questioned the defendant in the back of your squad, Carol Mitchell was not present. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Officer Sternhagen, you told us you're a veteran.
Yes.
How did it make you feel when the defendant disclosed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Finish the question.
Finish the question?
If you would.
Officer Sternhagen, how did it make you feel when the defendant disclosed to you that she was a military commander?
Here, hang on. Officer, your objection, Mr. Engstrom?
It's an opinion not relevant to the elements in this case, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I have no further questions, Officer Sternhagen.
Mr. Engstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Sternhagen.
Morning.
Investigator Sternhagen, Mr. McDonald asked you a question. I want to ask it again just to make sure that we're clear. You've recounted what you've seen on the body cameras. If the body camera reflects something that's slightly different from what you testified to, are you comfortable saying that what the jury sees in the body camera should be treated as what actually happened?
Can you repeat the question, I guess?
You've watched your body camera?
Yes.
Before? Okay. And if some little twist of what a word was or what was said is different than the way you testified, should someone trust what's on the body camera rather than what you may have testified to?
Yeah, trust what's on the body. That's what happened on the body camera. So.
Yes, sir. When you came up to the bathroom where Nicole Mitchell was, would it be fair to say that the door of the bathroom opened as you were approaching it?
It was closed when I first passed it, and then I noticed it opened, and I remembered it not being open when I first walked past it.
And you did not push that door open. It simply was opened when you passed it again, correct?
That is correct.
All right. When Nicole Mitchell asked you about her shoes, you had testified, I think we saw in the video, that they were underneath a couch?
Yes.
Where was that couch in relation to the windows in the basement?
I never looked at the windows to the basement, so I couldn't tell you where exactly.
When you first, Nicole Mitchell tried to retrieve them herself, and then you assisted her. Was there a window against the wall right there by the couch?
Like I said, I wouldn't be able to recall. I didn't look at entry points or exit points at all during the call or after.
So you wouldn't know whether those shoes were right next to a window where Nicole Mitchell may have come into the residence?
No, I would not know.
Okay. Your body camera appears to reflect that Carol Mitchell, the homeowner, actually came down right behind you while you were still investigating. Is that accurate?
I don't know if she came down right behind me. I was talking to the defendant for a few minutes before she came down.
And just like with my previous question, if your body camera reflects something different than what you just said, we should go with the body camera shows, correct?
Correct.
The body camera shows that Carol Mitchell was down there when you were actually in the laundry room before. As long as the video shows that, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
Correct.
The initial search that you conduct of Nicole Mitchell, is that simply like an officer safety type search?
Yes.
Okay. And during that search, that's when you find the flashlight?
That's correct.
During that search...
Well, let me rephrase. I didn't find it. I asked her if she had anything on her, and she pulled it out of her waistband.
She told you what it was and produced it for you?
Yes.
At that time, did she have any other obvious possessions on her person?
She did not say that she had anything else on her.
Okay. And between that moment and the point that you brought her into the squad car, did you conduct some more of a careful search to ensure she didn't have contraband or anything dangerous on her?
No, I did not. Usually with female, we do a search for weapons, and then they do a more thorough search up at the jail. So,
with the search for weapons and then a more thorough search for the jail, were there any personal possessions from the residence that were discovered on Nicole?
No, there was not.
You did not conduct the full inventory of the backpack, but we do see on your video you do handle it and you unzip it. Is that correct?
Yes, I was putting stuff back in.
Very good. Did you put anything back in there that your understanding came from the residence?
I couldn't tell you what came from the residence and what didn't. So.
Okay. You had asked Nicole Mitchell what got her to this point, and I believe she says the ashes. Is that correct?
Something to that effect, yes.
Does she say something to the effect that she was there to get ashes?
Yeah, she said she was there for the ashes, yes. And also a flannel shirt and pictures.
Right.
So.
And as far as the ashes, you asked her about that, and she said that she actually knew the ashes were already gone. You recall that?
She did say that at the car, yeah.
Okay. You had testified on direct examination that Ms. Mitchell did not express concern for Carol Mitchell. Would it be fair to say on the body camera that we just watched, she said that my dad died last year, she's paranoid, Carol Mitchell's paranoid, and now she's really paranoid. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Would it be fair that Nicole Mitchell said she, again referring to Carol Mitchell, has got severe Alzheimer's? I'm not asking whether you think it's true that she has severe Alzheimer's. I'm asking whether that's what she said in your presence when you were interviewed.
Yeah, she said that.
Okay. Did Nicole Mitchell say that she, again, Carol Mitchell, has gotten paranoid, thinks we're all out to get her, and won't let anyone in the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did Nicole Mitchell say that I used to be here all the time, and then she just got progressively more paranoid?
That's correct, but she said the last time she was there was October or November.
Yes, sir. And then there was at least one more exchange about the ashes, that there was a fight over the ashes, and now Carol Mitchell wouldn't talk to her anymore. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Sternhagen, are you the case agent in this case?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Have you applied for any search warrants for this case?
Not.
Have you contacted me about this case?
No, I have not.
Thank you, Investigator Sternhagen. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Investigator Sternhagen, do you recall an exchange with the defendant where you told her, quote, there are other ways to go through it?
Yes.
Okay, what did you mean by that?
There's a process, courts or other family members to get the stuff that she wanted to get.
Okay. You're familiar with your agency's record system, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Within the preceding week or so, are you aware of any request for a welfare check by the defendant on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Let me ask it another way. Does any such request exist?
No, it does not.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, investigator may step down. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald.
Your Honor, the state would call Carol Mitchell.
You're watching the tape delayed here stream of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell up in Becker County. And we have to take a break now because the state has called Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, and the occupant and owner of the home that she entered the night in question back in April of last year. She's opted not to be on camera, which witnesses can do. So we got to take a break because we can't show or even hear any part of her testimony. But what we've been hearing here for quite a while is Officer Joe Sternhagen of the Detroit Lakes Police Department testifying about responding to the 911 call. And then we saw lengthy body camera video of him driving there, entering his interactions with Nicole Mitchell, taking her out to his squad car. And then it did not show the portion of driving to the police station, but we cut to her being brought into the police station in Detroit Lakes and further conversations that they had there inside the police department, in which she does speak quite a bit about what she was doing there and her concerns for her stepmother.
And she opens up about it. I know we want to get to that break. My knee-jerk reaction watching it with you and then our viewers, the body camera, it is an intimate situation, isn't it? It's a family situation. It's quickly established that it is. The police response is such. They kind of almost at one point I remember hearing Sternhagen or one of the voices off camera, kind of apologizing in the moment to Mitchell, and you wonder just it's taking a step back, and they would tell her the way you're dressed, how far you drove, what's going on here. We have to move forward with a burglary arrest, but had some of those circumstances been even slightly different, you wonder if police could have may have handled it differently. But you feel, Carol, the stepmother, is walking around. She's like, oh, she's here to get money or whatever the phrasing was. But police obviously quickly realize this is something going on in the house. This is not a cat burglar. This is not somebody who was
It's
trying
not a stranger. And she immediately talked about her concern for her stepmother's declining maybe health state, mental state, but also the breakdown in their relationship, that she wasn't letting anyone in. And then you heard Carol Mitchell say, she wants money. We're going to take a quick break in our all-day coverage here. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to further break down what we saw in this body camera video and hopefully speak to Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney, again about his thoughts on what that presents both for the prosecution and for the defense. We'll be right back here on All Day. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Fox 9 all day of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell occurring in Becker County, which is Detroit Lakes. That trial, the jury selection was yesterday. Opening statements started at about 9:15 this morning. She's on trial for 2 felony counts: burglary and possession of burglary tools for an incident from April 22nd of last year, where she was caught in the basement of her late father's home, occupied by her stepmother, and she'd entered in through a basement window, saying that she was trying to collect some items and that the relationship with the stepmother had broken down, wasn't letting anyone in, no communication, etc. So interesting thing here that we just saw the body camera video here of this encounter from police. The entire incident here, and she immediately expresses concern for her stepmother's mental state, saying that she'd grown paranoid and was not communicating. So it's interesting there that is the first thing she talked about, but did admit trying to get some things.
She does make that admission.
Fathers.
How important is that in the end? Clearly, she's established that the ashes is really
important to her.
Concerning what happened there. I mean, you can. Again, you're getting at the human moments there in the body camera footage. It's all there. And, you know, we talked about those statements, those what would appear to be damning statements in sort of the criminal complaint that she admits to. And they're in there. She says those things.
Getting things.
But then all of a sudden there is more nuance. You see the dynamic with the stepmother kind of milling about the house. Obviously, I know we're going to go to Marsh.
Yeah, let's bring in Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney here. And Marsh, I mean, how important is it here, by the way, that she did admit to wanting to retrieve things, but those things are obviously very small monetary value here. Criminally and legally, does it matter the actual value of those from a monetary standpoint versus sentimental standpoint?
It does not. So again, I think come back, Rob. It's the what versus the why, right? I think the officer was very good about not being led off to something he didn't agree with by the defense lawyer. So he was firm on that. I thought the prosecution did a good job of pointing out that when they took the statement from, or when they were talking with the defendant in the back of the squad, Carol's not there. When they talk at the police station, Carol's not there. So if you're concerned about upsetting Carol by talking about her situation, you shouldn't have had those concerns in those 2 settings.
I guess why is that significant that Carol is not there for those conversations?
Because the defense attorney in his opening said that the reason she didn't talk about all those things while they were immediately confronted at the house was because she didn't want to upset Carol and get into an argument with the officers and embarrass Carol. So by not having Carol present later, that reasoning doesn't fly.
Because you could talk about her while she's, not there. Now you're in the police station. You're not going to offend her. You're not going to send her into any sort of paranoia.
And we did hear at one point, Carol, when she recognized, when Nicole said, "It's me, Nicole," and then as she's talking about why she's there, Carol walks through and says she's here. She just wants money. Did you hear that part?
Yeah. So I think that all plays to the irrationality that Carol may be experiencing at that point. In some ways, doesn't matter. I think Carol's a very sympathetic person. Again, we're not seeing her, but I think nobody's going to take any shot at her. And her main points are: it is her dwelling. She lives there. She hadn't invited her in at that point or given her permission to come anytime she wanted. And those are the key points they need to make at that point. And I think, as Paul pointed out at our last break, that I think even the dispatch call, you could hear how scared she was.
Yeah, no, I think that was very apparent in that 911 call.
Oh, yeah.
It is a fearful moment. She clearly at that point does not know it's her stepdaughter in her house. And then that was, you can hear the emotion there. Marsh, I'm wondering, first day, we've just seen the body camera footage. I know it's a burglary trial, too. You think about most of these trials that we kind of live stream and join you for. There's a lot of witnesses. There's a lot of, stuff you have to establish. This is really a very focused court case, so it's going to move quickly. But Carol Mitchell, as the third witness for the state, I don't know. I don't know how she's going to testify, if she's prone to all, symptoms of Alzheimer's or paranoia. What does that look like in this courtroom? I just think this is a fascinating moment in time right before lunch, the first day. Is this Is this the best play for the state to put her on right now?
Yeah, I think because if there's got to be any damage control by the state, they have time to do that, or the jury can forget about things. Sometimes when I was a prosecutor, we'd put on the things we were least certain of or most concerned by early, so that the jury had time to forget about it or minimize it. It didn't seem as big a deal a couple of days later. But this case is moving fast.
Yeah, but it also they use her, and again, we can't listen in even to her on the stand here in this arrangement. But it also helps them still establish that sort of chain of events here, where she will talk about calling 911, and before they maybe get into some of this other family dynamic. But that also establishes what happened at that time of that day.
Right. I think the judge will be very protective. My experience has always been judges for small children, people with, like cognitive issues like this, they're going to be very protective, and they're not going to allow anything that badgers or causes concerns that aren't needed.
I think this whole trial is going to take that tone, isn't it? I mean, this is an intimate, you almost feel like you're invading, a family situation here. But as a defense attorney and Ringstrom or his colleague there will get the chance to cross-examine. This will have to be a delicate Q&A, but also you may want to show, that she may not remember certain things, right? I mean, how are you feeling about questioning a witness like this?
Seriously, I would at least entertain the thought prior to today of thinking about maybe I have no questions for Carol. Just we wish you a good day, and you leave it at that. I've done that sometimes when I've had to cross-examine, children or those kind of things. Sometimes there's little to gain, and all you do is alienate the jury that you look like a jerk if you're being a little too harsh. If you're trying to be with kid gloves, it can come off wrong. So it's going to be very delicate by the defense, because they said that Senator Mitchell still loves Carol and considers her family and is saddened by her decline. So everything the defense is going to do is going to be in that spirit. This was all about a concern they had for Carol, right? So why would you change that vibe in the courtroom?
Anything else? I don't know how much of that body camera video you were able to observe, because obviously you're a working defense attorney and you've got other things to pay attention to. We appreciate your time. But was there anything of what you were able to catch that stuck out to you is valuable for both the prosecution or valuable for the defense?
I thought at the jail, when she's sitting on the bench and her legs are pulled up and they're just kind of talking back and forth, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions which are pretty stupid, those kinds of things. There's a very humanizing, conversational, non-conflicting tone by both sides. Officers are being polite, she's being polite, they got to do their job, she kind of knows what's going on, so there's nothing here that causes you to dislike her because of that. Sometimes, as we know, the defendants can be so obnoxious in a custody situation that you just don't like them as a person, and you just don't have that here.
No, I agree. That's a good point. She does, she didn't pull an attitude. I mean, obviously she referenced that she was a military commander, and I don't even know if she mentioned she's a senator or lawmaker. I don't think I ever heard that.
I don't know if I heard that either.
But no, you are right. That's a very interesting observation, that she doesn't come off to try to get out of it or what have you. And I was saying to Rob right before you joined me, the police clearly gave some thought to their observations, that she's dressed in black. I mean, that flashlight with the sock over it and kind of the mischievous, kind of setup. When they processed everything, they did feel they had a burglary case. They had a burglary arrest to make. You could see if some of those, if it was not quite as blatant, or another police department saying, okay, let's handle this between the family. But that obviously started this process, was the police feeling they had to make an arrest, which would then put this case in the hands of the county attorney. Yeah. And going back to this morning, I will again go back to this key moment when a defense attorney said, you know what, if the state had charged her with trespassing, we would have accepted that. We would have pled guilty to a trespass. So they feel she did do something wrong. They just don't feel it's a felony burglary that should send her to prison. And here we are now with Carol Mitchell, the stepmother, in some stage of Alzheimer's now on the witness stand, which must be quite a moment in that courtroom.
And Nicole, in this video, in the body camera video, does admit pretty quickly on that she entered through a basement window, and she mentioned that the doors had been, she had a key, but the doors had been sort of barricaded. Marsh, were you surprised that there was maybe not a plea deal in this case for admitting to trespassing? I mean, we don't know what happened prior to the trial here beyond what's on the court records here. But would you have expected maybe a plea deal for trespassing?
Well, if I was her attorney, I'd be arguing, look, don't overcompensate here. But I realize this is a public figure, it's a legislator, you don't want to show special treatment for somebody, but are you going overboard here by penalizing them? If this is just a normal non-public figure, would you have given me a trespass? And if that's the case, you should give me a trespass here. You do the right thing, you give me the trespass. Do you really want to have a mandatory minimum prison sentence for this person? Their reputation is ruined. They've caused great turmoil at the legislature. So isn't she punished enough is kind of the argument. As you guys know, generally in court cases, witnesses are not allowed to kind of weigh in on the strength of evidence or who, for example, if you have an interview with a cop and the cop says, well, I think you're guilty, or this is really good evidence, or those kinds of things, those things get stricken. And they talked about some minor editing that was done to the body cam. A lot of times that minor editing is cutting out prejudicial statements. So I was a little surprised that they let in the statement where the officers said, well, it looks like you went to quite a length of thought, or a great deal of thought in thinking this through before you did it, based upon your black clothes, driving all the way up this morning. That kind of commentary by the officers, kind of vouching by the officers saying the state's case is good or there's bad evidence against you. So I kind of was, not a big deal, but I kind of thought, I think I would have knocked that sentence out of there.
Yeah, and the defense attorney did object to a question of the officer about, when she said she was a commander in the military, how did that make you feel? Because the officer said he was also a veteran. That was a pretty quick objection, and surprised? You would think the prosecutor would expect that that's going to bring an objection. Are you surprised to even try to ask that?
Yeah, sometimes you do that wanting to get the objection. And again, for those want-to-be trial lawyers, the judge did the right thing. Wait till the question is done before you object, because we don't know exactly what the question was.
Rob and I were sitting here watching that together, and I objected verbally, before I actually objected before the defense attorney, so even I knew with my little college liberal art bachelor's.
Well, you cover enough trials, and you kind of know what's going to bring an objection, because that's sort of, in your experience as a defense attorney, I know you can't talk about particular cases, but have you had a case like this that had so much, some people are going to see this as very cut and dry, and other people see a lot of gray area because it's this strange family dynamic component here. Have you had cases like this that have become sort of muddled because of it's a family component?
Oh yeah, all the time, and it's and I think it brings home for a lot of people too, this whole Alzheimer's problem that we're all beginning to deal with more and more. So I think it's a situation where they weren't offered a deal, so they went, what the heck, even if we have less than a 50-50 shot at winning, let's go for it, because a plea of guilty is the same as a jury conviction. They both are guilty, right? So what are you giving me, prosecution?
Having seen so much now of that body-worn camera footage, and also, just listening to the openings and where both sides are coming from here, do you think there's any more or less likely that Mitchell has to take the stand and tell her story? Do you think as you mentioned, she comes across as, sort of polite in the moment of being arrested? She's upset. Has the jury seen enough? I would guess we have one more officer, as we might see from one other perspective before it's all said and done. But does what you see now in that, was a half-hour video, is that enough for the jury, or do you still want her to tell her story, start to finish, on a witness stand?
Well, she's going to have to. The judge, after the close of evidence, before the jury goes back to deliberate, the judge is going to instruct the jury that the comments by the lawyers, statements by the lawyers is not evidence. And right now, the only evidence, the only information we have at this point is the defense attorney saying all these things about how, Mitchell felt and what was going on and all those things. So unless she gets up there and tells her story, we don't have that in evidence.
Okay. Well, it looks like this is moving along pretty quickly. So I know they had plotted out on the court calendar 5 days. And I mean, your gut's got to be saying the same thing, is that I think they're going to get it in 5 days.
Oh, yeah, I think they may be less.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, we're going to 4. I think we'll go in 4.
You think they might get this wrapped up even on Thursday for closing arguments?
Yeah, because the defense is going to be what? The defendant and who else, right?
Well, they've got about 8 people on their defense witness list. That doesn't necessarily mean they call them all, obviously, right. But so I guess it's kind of hard to say. But it seems like a lot of them could be fairly quick, except potentially Nicole Mitchell herself.
Right. So I don't think there's 90% of this case is in dispute. It all comes down to intent. Was there a crime intended or not?
And that was an admission of, here to get the shirts, here to get the photos. You wonder if that's the damning, piece of evidence, the statements that she made in that moment, that she was admitting that she was coming to get things. But again, back to the gray area of her father. And
that's what makes this interesting, because there's a cut and dry element to it, and then there's a not so cut and dry element to it, and it depends on if you're the prosecutor or the defense attorney, which ones you're going for, and what the jurors then absorb, and how they feel about what happened here. So, all right. Yeah. Well, Marsh, we thank you for taking your time out of your day, and we'll be bugging you more, I'm sure, this week.
Right. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thanks, Marsh.
It's criminal defense attorney Marsh Hallberg. I mean, a lot of time, a lot of experience in the defense field, and seeing all sorts of things, and then how it plays out in court. Again, Carol Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, on the stand, had opted out of audio and video coverage in this trial that is being happening up in Becker County. We have been covering this on a 10-minute video delay. That is the agreement with the court here, that we can't show this live as it happens, but can after a 10-minute time period has lapsed. Just part of the precautions here that the judge has put in place is they still sort of navigate this new world in Minnesota of cameras in court. So we're going to take a quick break here on All Day. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more of our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. Welcome back to our special coverage here of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court. That's in Detroit Lakes. She's charged with 2 felony counts, burglary and the possession of burglary tools. Those are separate separate charges here for an event from April 22nd of last year when she was caught in the basement of her stepmother's home. It was her late father's home. And where she admitted entering through a basement window, saying that she was concerned about her stepmother's mental state, that she was getting paranoid, had cut off communication, and was there to get some things. In the body camera video, she mentions that she's there to get part of her father's ashes and a couple other mementos. In the opening statement from a defense attorney, the defense attorney said she was there to check on her stepmother. And so there's a couple of dueling, are those two things true at the same time, that she was there to check on her? When she doesn't mention that, she mentions her health concerns, her mental health concerns, but says she's there to retrieve a couple items. But so two different sort of intents there that maybe they'll argue that we're both at the same time.
Yeah, that's a tricky needle to thread from the defense perspective. But again, as we talk about just sort of the humanity of the situation, and sort of what seems to be established as a connection between the two. That the family was fracturing.
Yeah, the dynamic
there were some issues.
Yeah.
There was some reason to be concerned about her deteriorating health, at least as it is established by the defense. But her decision making that day, how she dressed,
it looks like the intent to enter a home and to not be caught, to not be raise any attention that you're even there. So again, the defense pointing out in their opening statement, don't look at what happened, but why it happened. The prosecution in their opening statement, they go first, said, don't think about why it happened, think about what happened, because what happened then fits the elements of these charges.
Yeah, the burglary in and of itself, those 10 minutes in the home.
So do the jurors want to go, okay, I'm going to focus only on the facts of the matter and the elements of the charge, or do they want to look at what was really happening dynamically, and was there any intent to burglarize? We'll see. We're going to show you again the body-worn camera video. This is from Officer Joe Sternhagen. With the Detroit Lakes Police Department, who was one of the officers that responded to the 911 call that came from the home from Nicole Mitchell. And it's pretty lengthy. What they do cut out is a section where they're driving from the home back to the police department. And they said, sometimes the defense attorney will object to editing out anything. And here they didn't, because they said there was nothing said during that transit time. So there was nothing, no statements made, nothing for the jurors to hear there. So they were okay with that. Pretty lengthy body
It is
camera.
lengthy, and then again, I think one observation to make is we watched it, a few minutes ago, but wanted to replay because it is a crucial element to this whole entire trial and the fate. I mean, Nicole Mitchell, not only is it a political future that's at stake, I mean, prison time is a possibility if she's convicted, especially on the top count. But the humanity of the situation, I think you quickly realize, as do police, that they recognize this is a family situation. This is not sort of a stranger burglary kind of thing.
But that here is somebody dressed in all black with a flashlight, sneaking around, took her shoes off, came in through a window.
Right, with a crowbar. And, and then, the other part of it is it just, as we've covered this case leading up, I mean, this is a year, case has been delayed twice, but, we heard the statements like, I really messed up, you will hear those comments, my military retirement, I'm no good at this, meaning, whatever she either means by sneaking in or trying to check on her
dealing
parents,
with the family dynamic.
Whatever, but you will hear those little comments that have been kind of sprinkled all over the media as this case has been covered, but it does. You will have the full context at this point. You will hear the dialogue. What prompts her to say that, the questions the officers ask, the fact that her stepmom, right at the very beginning of this, when the police get to the house, you will see Nicole Mitchell, the stepmom, and kind of saying something about she's after my money or here to get the money or something. So I do think you get a full kind of context. So pay attention to that because so far we'd only really heard what's in the court filings, and of course the prosecution puts the most damning elements of that into a criminal complaint.
All right, so
in front of me.
We're going to play the entirety of the body-worn camera video that was shown in court just a bit ago. Ryan, how long is this total clip? This is we're going to play a portion of it, which is still 13 minutes long. at the house when the officers first arrive. Again, the body-worn camera of Officer Joe Sternhagen from the Detroit Lakes Police Department, 13 minutes. And so you could watch all this interaction and take a listen and see what you pick out. And we'll be back on the other side of playing you this clip from the trial of Nicole Mitchell.
33 traffic to the north of the house. Yeah, there will be 33 traffic coming in.
30 or 37, I didn't copy. What's going on?
Still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window.
Time for. Where to?
The other officers downstairs are trying to see if we have that off.
Here, watch out. With you? Here, upstairs. Police department. Underneath the stairs.
So it's in motion now? How's the motion?
Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
Sector 05, if you come up along, those sectors are long driveways right to the back of the residence.
Another bathroom.
Get on the ground. Hands behind your back.
There's some back to the 10-12. 10-12, 451.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole?
Oh, not that Nicole.
I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She also stole documents out of the house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your Aunt Nancy do it.
30 Becker Route 1015.
No one did anything.
Was there Nicole Mitchell in house?
Stand up.
Check it.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on
Take
me.
her out if you want to talk to her.
Not tonight.
Got anything on you?
No. I have a flashlight. That's it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, transitioning right here for 1015.
10-4 or 10-15. Becker, you can clear 10-33.
10-4, clear 1033 at 452. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in-house.
Is it Mitchell?
Mitchell.
Mitchell? Mitchell. What's your date of birth?
10-4, not finding one then.
Huh?
10-10-1974.
10-10-1974. You got a middle name?
Lynn.
Middle name Lynn. Anything else in here? Did
No,
you drop
there's
anything
not.
else?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
She's gonna do what she's gonna do.
Okay.
My dad died last year. She's paranoid. Well, now she's really paranoid. But can I just grab my shoes?
Where are your shoes at?
Just under the thing. Just under the. No one has stolen anything from her, and I know this sounds weird. I mean, from a person in handcuffs, but never.
Here, why don't you get up? I'll grab them for you. So,
We're black.
have a seat.
Oh, they're just stuck under there.
38, we got it.
Downward, thank you. Why are your shoes stuck all the way on there?
Well, because I was trying to get them with my feet. Roll it up. I have never done anything like this. You're gonna find it out. I'm a military commander, for God's sakes.
Okay.
She's got severe Alzheimer, and there were just a couple things in my dad's I wanted to come get. Because when everyone tried to help her right after the funeral,
She's trying to get money.
she kept, I can show you my bank account.
Well, let's go upstairs.
Have extensive resources. Obviously, I'm not good at this.
All right, let's go out the front door here.
After the, okay. I'm sorry, we're leaving?
Yeah, we'll go to my car here quick. I'll let you sit down. Go ahead. This one.
Can you confirm that name one more time?
Come over here. Stand by. No, not in front.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I got it. They don't give us automatic locks.
That's okay.
All right, have a seat. Are those tight? Hold on. You know, you just want to make sure they're locked so they don't tighten up on you. Yeah. Hold on. All right, turn around. Is that better?
That's better. I appreciate it.
That hurt? Sorry.
No, I'm thirsty.
Okay.
This is not my normal life.
Everything pulls out window.
Okay, hold on a second. So you're on custody. I'm going to read you your Miranda rights, okay?
Okay.
I also noticed a hammer on the steps around the house. Cold in the room.
What?
Okay, what's you say your first name is again? Nicole. Nicole, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you can say can and will be used.
3705, where'd you say that hammer was?
You in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer.
Last step before the door.
And to have the lawyer present now or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand each of these rights I've just explained to you?
I do.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
I'm just hoping this mistake won't completely fuck up my life.
So,
I know I did something bad.
do you wish to talk?
After the funeral, my aunt's tried to help her. She thinks they stole from her when they were just trying to get her affairs in order.
Okay.
She has progressively cut off the family to include promising us some ashes that so we could bury them with the rest of the family.
Can I stop you quick?
Yeah.
What's your relationship to her?
Stepmother.
Stepmother? Okay.
But she's got Alzheimer's and she's gotten, I know this doesn't help. This is just going to prove the point. But she's gotten paranoid and thinks we're all out to get her and won't let anyone in the house. And I just wanted to get a couple of my dad's mementos. And that's all.
Okay. So what kind of mementos?
couple pictures and maybe one of his shirts.
One of his what?
One of his flannel shirts.
Okay. And then, how'd you get in the house tonight? Yep.
That window.
The window? Okay, which window?
Where the bag was.
Or the bag? I didn't go back there, I found it, so I'm just... So, what's in the bag?
A couple laptops.
Your laptops or someone else's?
My laptops.
Okay. Nothing else in there?
Water.
Water? Did you park? Yeah. Did you park or anything?
Yeah, I parked over on the side street.
Okay. What kind of car is it?
A Prius.
Prius? Okay. All right. So you got through the basement window? I haven't been back there yet, so. And you're doing it, so this used to be your
37 back to you, Carolyn.
Yeah,
Nicole.
I used to be here all the time.
Okay, when's the last time you were here?
Yeah, well, I got the RP, Carol.
Last time I was here.
I never looked at the name that was previously given for the suspect.
October and November.
Okay.
And then she just got progressively more paranoid.
Gotcha.
Baker 6100 units, another active bird, 103 Rivercrest Drive.
So I thought there was.
Hold on.
Okay. So what got you to this stage where you thought this was...
05, I'll clear you. Gotcha.
The ashes, I think.
The ashes?
Scene record, what do you got?
Gotcha.
Active bird, 103 Rivercrest Drive, apartment 23.
My cousin.
Picture of the window and everything? The hammer's not really...
The hammer's not hers.
Okay.
Mom said that was hers for protection because she woke up in bed and she was laying by her bed.
She was?
Yeah.
Oh, well. She ran downstairs on it?
She ran downstairs. And then when I got up the stairs, I heard a bunch of rustling. So.
Yeah, it sounds like your kids are
I
there.
didn't find anything of interest in there.
Okay. I'll ask her about the laptop. I'll run this.
Fire Jailhouse and one that goes from Star Wars to or it tried 301 on the outside.
Nicole, I got your bag up there, okay?
All five, it'll be that second building there, top floor.
Said her Prius is, she said parked around the corner, so you just want to get that. What's going on? Yeah.
All right, that is the body camera video that was shown in court to jurors a little bit earlier in the morning here in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County. That is from April 22nd of 2024, early in the morning in Detroit Lakes, inside and then outside the home of Nicole Mitchell's estranged, I think it's fair to say, stepmother, Carol, who has been on the witness stand up there now, but had declined to be on camera or on audio as well. No video or audio of Nicole or Carol Mitchell's testimony. So that was the body camera video that was shown while one of the officers was testifying, who was the second witness on the stand today, showing him arriving to the home, taking Nicole Mitchell into custody, and very importantly, for the jurors to hear, especially hear the statements that Nicole Mitchell made as she was discovered in the home and handcuffed and brought into the squad car. The lunch break should be happening at any point now in that trial, but again, Carol Mitchell's been on the stand So we've not been able to bring that to you. Then there'll be a lunch break. For now, though, this began this morning at about 9:15 or so with opening statements from the prosecutor, the Becker County attorney, and then from the defense attorney for Nicole Mitchell. Fairly short, succinct statements. You can kind of run the gamut here of trials when you cover them. Sometimes they might go an hour or more. Sometimes they're 15 minutes or so. These are on the shorter end of it because, there's only 2 charges here that they need to talk about. For the prosecution, they're telling jurors that this is a very kind of cut and dry case. Look at the facts and look how they fit the crimes that have been charged. Whereas the defense attorney says, well, there's a lot more gray area here. Look at the intent, the why this was going on. So we're going to bring those to you now in their entirety. The opening statements from first the prosecutor and then the defense attorney in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know I did something bad. Those were some of the many words of Senator Nicole Mitchell in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, when detained by law enforcement. I ask that you specifically remember those words throughout this trial. I know I did something bad. On the night of April 21st, 2024, Carol Mitchell, then a 74-year-old widow, went to sleep in her Detroit Lakes home. It was the last time that she would feel safe in that home. That is because in the early morning hours of April 22nd, the defendant broke into Carol Mitchell's home. She broke in through a basement window using a crowbar and was caught red-handed a short time later. This case won't be about speculation. It won't be about trying to read between any lines. This case will be about what the defendant did, what she admitted to, and what you will see and hear with your own eyes and ears. The evidence will show that this was not the defendant's home. The defendant was not invited to the residence that morning, that she entered through a basement egress window by prying it open with a crowbar at 4:45 in the morning. The evidence will show the defendant was dressed in all black, including wearing a black stocking hat. The evidence will show that she had a flashlight in her possession that was specifically covered by a sock. It will also show that she had a set of what's called flashlight gloves in her possession. You'll learn more about that throughout this trial. The evidence will even show that the defendant removed her shoes in the basement of that house to try and be stealthier. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant entered her stepmother's home with a purpose: to steal. Now, after entering through that basement window, the defendant moved through various rooms in the home. However, despite her stealth-like efforts, she still woke up Carol Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell will explain to you that the defendant was actually laying right next to her bed when she, Carol Mitchell, got out of bed and accidentally stepped on the defendant. After she was stepped on, the defendant fled the room, went into the basement. Ms. Carol Mitchell immediately calls 911, and members of the Detroit Lakes Police Department are there within minutes. You will hear from those officers who responded to the scene: Officer Joe Sternhagen and Officer Ethan Wolfe. Perhaps more importantly, you will see firsthand their body-worn camera footage. You will get to relive those tense moments as they descended into Carol Mitchell's basement. And you will see the moment that Officer Sternhagen discovered the defendant hiding in a basement bathroom. And what were the defendant's first words at that time? Carol, it's Nicole. I was just trying to get a few of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me. The defendant's own words will make it clear that she was there to take items. And under the law, that is all that is required to prove burglary: unlawful entry with the intent to commit a crime inside. I know I did something bad. Now pay close attention to those initial statements that the defendant made to law enforcement. She admitted to entering through a back window. She admitted to wanting to take items from the home. She said this not once, not twice, but multiple times. Clear confessions, clear expressions of intent, all caught on high-definition body camera. Let's take a moment and talk about Carol Mitchell. As I told you, she is a widow. She's now 75 years old. I suspect in the course of this trial, you'll learn that Ms. Mitchell has been diagnosed with the early stages of Alzheimer's. You'll learn that Ms. Mitchell was previously married to Rod Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell is the father to the defendant. You'll also hear that Mr. Mitchell did not have a will when he passed away suddenly in 2023. In early 2024, in a district court probate court proceeding, Rod Mitchell's entire estate was awarded to his surviving spouse, Carol Mitchell. Now, in journalism, it's often said that it's important to cover the who, what, when, why, where, and how. The same mostly holds true for this case. When the state rests, the evidence will show the following. The who, the defendant, Nicole Mitchell. The what, entering Carol Mitchell's home without permission and with the intent to take property. The when, April 22nd, 2024. The where, 709 Granger Road, here in Detroit Lakes in Becker County. And the how, by using a crowbar to enter that basement egress window. And after the state rests, it's very likely you will hear from the defense. And I suspect that they will attempt to belabor the one topic I didn't go over. The one topic I didn't outline for you. The why. Why would Nicole Mitchell do this? Ladies and gentlemen, when the judge instructs you on the law at the end of this case, you'll learn that any why won't amount to a legal excuse. That is because no amount of grief or frustration can justify a home burglary. So with this preview in mind, I'm going to ask a few things of you during this trial. Number one, trust your eyes and ears. Believe what you see and hear on those body camera videos. Number two, do not get distracted. This case is about what occurred at Carol Mitchell's home in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024. Period. What this case is not about, it's not about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's. It's not about the frustrations that the Mitchell family may have had with Carol Mitchell after Rod's passing. Now, I suspect during this trial you're going to see some text messages or some exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant, some terse exchanges. You may see some terse exchanges between Carol Mitchell and the defendant's aunts, the late Rod Mitchell's sisters. You'll probably hear of the miscommunication and frustration resulting over Carol Mitchell selecting a date to bury Rod Mitchell's ashes. You may even hear of a claimed or alleged broken promise by Carol to pay for a Disney World trip for the defendant and her kids. Was all of this related to Rod Mitchell's passing and the grief? Absolutely. Would these scenarios be upsetting to people? 100%. But grief and frustration do not justify burglary. Use your common sense and good judgment as you listen to the evidence throughout this case. And at the close of this case, the evidence will clearly show that the defendant broke into someone's home. Not just a building, but a place of safety and trust. And the defendant did so with the intent to take items. And that is a burglary. I know I did something bad. When this case is concluded, I will ask that you find the defendant guilty of both of these counts. Thank you.
While Nicole Mitchell is lying on her in the bathroom following the officer's instructions, she hears Carol Mitchell's voice in the background. And that's when Nicole Mitchell says, "It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore." Now, in this moment, Nicole knows something that nobody else knows. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is much worse than Carol wants people to believe. Nicole knows that Carol's Alzheimer's is even worse than Carol herself understands. Nicole's parents were young when she was born, and they actually separated very early. It was so early, in fact, that Carol, being with her dad, Rod, is one of Nicole's earliest memories. Nicole is a hard worker. This is something that started in childhood. There are messages she hears, sometimes a glance, sometimes a casual comment, that makes her think she isn't good enough. Her response is to work in school, to work in activities, to work at everything. Nicole actually spent a lot of time with her dad and Carol. Most of her summers, in fact, were around them here in DL. They did big activities, small activities. They camped a lot. They took summer trips. In her teens, Nicole had a really strained relationship with her biological mom down in the cities. And it was so strained, in fact, she seriously considered living with her dad and Carol here in Detroit Lakes. The fact is, there were plenty of good things in Nicole's relationship with Carol. Carol would take her to the beach. They'd go to Zorba's. They'd go clothes shopping. Nicole actually felt more comfortable talking with Carol about boys than she did with her own mom. Nicole graduated from high school at 17 and went right into the military. Now, this provided an opportunity to escape a pretty unhealthy situation at home. There's dark challenges that she experienced in the military, though, things that she wished hadn't happened. But the combination of both support and challenge, they sharpened and they strengthened her. Nicole graduated from college, and she continued in her military career working as a meteorologist. Among the many things Nicole did in the military was working as a hurricane hunter, flying into hurricanes to gather weather data. Nicole Mitchell feels joy, loneliness, happiness, and sadness like all of us. But she has long functioned in an environment where emotions are a liability. Nicole has been trained by life to hold her emotions in, to not let them completely come through. Along the way, Nicole went to law school and became a licensed attorney. And although she doesn't practice law actively, she has donated her time as a lawyer, including the program Wills for Heroes and other work related to children in the courtroom. She has been motivated to provide assistance and care to kids that she didn't always have when she was growing up. There wasn't a lot of money growing up in her mom's home. And so as an adult, she has worked multiple professional jobs, and she saves her money. She knows she's fortunate to have resources. Nicole has two sons, Sam and Liam. One she delivered and one she adopted. She balances her life among these interests. Her children, her role as a legislator, her role as a daughter, her career in the military. There is very little time left for Nicole, but she is wired to engage the world this way, and she is comfortable with the balance that she's chosen. Nicole Mitchell is a person who always gets things done. She always follows through and keeps her word. Her persistence can be counted on. And when problems come up in the family, she takes the initiative to fix those problems. Losing a parent is always hard. For Nicole, her father Rod's death seemed to come too early. And it also came at a time when Carol was in decline. Carol relied on Rod. He dealt with the logistics of the house, the bills, and many other things. Now, for Nicole, trying to step up for Carol took a lot of juggling, but she did it. Nicole talked, she called, she talked, she checked in. She started a group chat with Carol and her aunts to keep Carol engaged and connected. Nicole actually checked out lawyers to help Carol with the estate. Then, when Carol Mitchell said she'd actually hired Charlie Ramstad, a local attorney, Nicole checked him out and learned he was experienced, and that he also had represented the DL Police Department. Sometimes Carol's moods would turn on a dime. She could be loving and paranoid in the same day. Carol accused Nicole and her aunts of stealing a tin box that was supposedly full of documents, and Carol accused them of being obsessed with money. Now, this was false, but despite the false accusation, Nicole persevered, and she did everything she could to make the situation better. Even as she's dealing with her own children, her own grief, the grief of her own children. No matter how Nicole gets treated, she can't write off a family member. By the time Nicole drove to Carol's in April of 2024, Nicole's dad had been dead for more than a year. A year of Carol throwing out, giving away, and donating Rod's things. For all Nicole knew, there may not have been any of Rod's personal belongings even left in the house. Nicole knew that Carol was declining, and eventually Carol wouldn't be able to take care of herself. Nicole actually even went so far as to suggest that Carol could move down to Woodbury, where Nicole lives. Nicole had actually found a facility that would be perfect for Carol. She offered to let Carol stay with her if necessary, because the best facilities often have wait lists. Carol had no interest in this. And Nicole Mitchell knew that Rod really loved Carol Mitchell. Whatever else was true, but Nicole Mitchell's relationship with Carol Mitchell, the fact that her dad loved Carol Mitchell so much, made Nicole Mitchell loyal to Carol Mitchell. In the fall of 2023, Nicole Mitchell was visiting Carol Mitchell. Carol Mitchell didn't want computers in the house. It was her view that removing the computers would remove the internet. Nicole Mitchell tried to explain to her that this isn't how it works. Carol Mitchell was adamant. So, Nicole Mitchell accepted one of the laptops. She thought she might use it for video games for the boys. As it turns out, it was a bit too old and slow for this. Nicole Mitchell finally hit a tipping point in the spring of 2024 when Carol Mitchell arranged for Rod's ashes to be interred at a time when Nicole Mitchell and Rod's own grandchildren couldn't possibly attend the ceremony. Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell had been at odds before, but for Carol Mitchell to do something that kept Nicole Mitchell from saying a final goodbye to her dad, that meant that Carol Mitchell was really struggling with something. It was too much to leave alone. Carol Mitchell needed help, and she was not getting it. In the midst of this concern, Nicole Mitchell is doing spring cleaning and comes back to the laptop that Carol Mitchell gave her. The investigation of the laptop made her realize that it provided an insight into Carol Mitchell's life and into her decline. She was able to see Carol Mitchell's Sanford account online and see Carol's medical records. Nicole Mitchell saw that her stepmom's Alzheimer's diagnosis was worsening. Nicole Mitchell saw that Carol Mitchell got lost going to a doctor's appointment. An appointment that was on a Wednesday, but once at the doctor's, Carol Mitchell was confused about the day, thinking it was a Tuesday. Nicole Mitchell also saw that other people weren't attending any of these doctor's appointments with Carol Mitchell. So Nicole Mitchell knows that Carol Mitchell has a problem. Nicole Mitchell's aunts know it too, and it's something that actually discussed. She wasn't sure how bad it had gotten, and it wasn't clear whether Carol Mitchell had declined enough for the state to intervene. Nicole Mitchell had done the research and knew it was difficult to get the state to intervene with someone who has some dementia. Now, since other family members weren't stepping up, Nicole Mitchell decides that she needs to know for sure. Is Carol Mitchell losing too much weight? Is she drinking too much? Is she living in a dangerous situation? You see, this is something very real for Nicole Mitchell. Her aunt's ex-husband died after falling down all alone. No one was there to call 911. No one found him for a while. Nicole was very fond of him. Nicole Mitchell was very fond of him. The same was true for another one of Nicole Mitchell's relatives, her Aunt Georgette. She too fell by herself. And her son, who was supposed to be checking in on her, had dropped the ball. So by the time her aunt was found, she was unconscious and barely alive. She died just weeks later. For those kinds of tragedies to be a real thing in her life, it hit home. There were other events in Nicole Mitchell's life where she waited until it was too late. Nicole Mitchell had experienced losses because she trusted authorities to make the right choice. The fear of loss and regret burned inside her. On April 22nd, 2024, Nicole brings 2 laptops. Hers to document the house, and Carol's to return it. This is a house she has been in many times. She has a key. But Carol Mitchell has started barricading the doors with special bars. So in order to check on Carol Mitchell, she has to go in through an egress window. Nicole Mitchell sees things that bother her. A stack of bills and papers on top of the stove. A bit of disarray here and there. But Nicole's biggest concern is that Carol Mitchell seems to be getting lost. So Nicole Mitchell searches for Carol Mitchell's phone so she can make sure it's functioning properly and check for evidence of scams. Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to a doctor's appointment. Carol had begun needing help to find places she'd driven to and from for decades. Although Carol Mitchell has always managed to find someone to help her when she's lost, Nicole's fear is that that luck won't hold. Carol Mitchell will eventually get herself so lost, there will be no one to help. Or she'll ask the wrong person who's going to do her harm. But either way, Nicole Mitchell is afraid that the time will come when it comes too late. As Nicole Mitchell is checking on Carol Mitchell wakes up. Carol Mitchell is instantly angry and scared. Carol Mitchell yells at Nicole Mitchell. The fact that Carol Mitchell wakes up takes Nicole Mitchell completely by surprise, and she races back downstairs. Nicole Mitchell stays where she's at for several minutes, waiting for law enforcement to arrive. As law enforcement investigates, she puts her hands up so they can do their job safely. But it is surreal. Even more jarring than that is hearing the voice of Carol Mitchell in a tone that she has heard for 45 years. Now, what Nicole wished she had said is, Carol, you can't take care of yourself. You could start a fire with all the bills on the stove. You get lost going to doctor's appointments for your Alzheimer's, and no one is there helping you get to those appointments. You're getting days mixed up. You're not responding to texts and calls. You're barricading your doors at night. You've gotten too thin in a scary and unhealthy way. The doctor's summary says you're drinking regularly, whereas you never used to do that before. You introduced me to Jonathan, your son, at Dad's funeral as if we had never met, when we have known each other for years. You had stacks of unopened bills, making me worried that you weren't paying them, and you might fall behind or lose the house. You should probably have your driver's license taken away. Dad loved you so much, and I love you. and I will step up and care for you if no one else will. But in that moment, Nicole Mitchell can't bring herself to say that in front of these police officers, to risk enraging Carol Mitchell by saying those things that make her feel vulnerable and defensive. Nicole Mitchell feels everything she felt about Carol Mitchell when she was a little girl. Love, fear, dread of criticism. Nicole Mitchell knows that if she says what she feels about Carol Mitchell's decline, that Carol Mitchell is going to be truly outraged and fearful of being put into an assisted living facility. When Carol Mitchell finally realizes that it's Nicole Mitchell, she quickly accuses Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers and wanting money. It's the tin box again. Tin box that Carol Mitchell is fixated on. And so in the midst of police in the house, Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have a small argument that is completely separate from what's going on. Carol Mitchell says Nicole Mitchell wants money. And Nicole Mitchell says, in effect, I never wanted money. I just wanted a couple of my dad's things. Knowing how angry Carol Mitchell would be if Carol Mitchell realized that Nicole Mitchell is gathering evidence of her decline, Nicole Mitchell instead says something that's really part of a spat that Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell have been having for over a year. It's Nicole. I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because you wouldn't talk to me anymore. The rules say that we are allowed to tell you our defense during this opening statement. By the time Nicole drives to Carol's house in April of 2024, Nicole Mitchell has had the same familiar car for almost 20 years. Rod and Carol Mitchell's neighbors know Nicole Mitchell. So Nicole makes it a point to arrive when it is dark, to park on a side street, to wear dark clothing, and to be quiet. When you're checking on a paranoid loved one and hoping they don't notice, you take great pains to be unnoticed. Nicole Mitchell knows this house almost as well as her own. She moves very easily through it. When Nicole Mitchell comes into Carol Mitchell's bedroom to actually check on her and see if the phone is there, Carol Mitchell wakes up. The situation that Nicole Mitchell creates with law enforcement everywhere, their guns properly drawn, rightly concerned for their safety and for Carol Mitchell's safety, it leaves Nicole Mitchell unable to think clearly. From the moment that Carol Mitchell starts yelling at Nicole, all the way until jailers put her in her cell for the day, Nicole Mitchell doesn't have an ability to think about what's happening or what she is saying. But the fact is, and the evidence will show this, that the government knew from the beginning why Nicole Mitchell was there. They knew that she wanted to check on an aging parent who couldn't find her way to places she'd been countless times. Our defense is that there is no clear roadmap for helping an aging parent. They can have good days and bad days. There can be angry resistance to the help offered. And there can come a point where help was obviously needed because it's too late to intervene. Nicole feared being too late. Nicole takes responsibility for her actions, including when she messes up. If the government had charged her with trespassing, she would have pleaded guilty. But that's not an option. The government decides the charges. We don't decide. You don't decide. Neither does Carol nor Nicole. A person can be not guilty of charges the government brings, even when they could be guilty of charges the government never brought. For the charge here, there are only two possible verdicts. Guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government, or guilt is not proven beyond a reasonable doubt by the government. And you're going to get a specific definition of burglary. And that definition might be very different from what your personal feeling is. It doesn't matter how they're dressed. It doesn't matter what tools they have. It doesn't matter how dark it was when they trespassed on someone's home. It doesn't even matter if they have lockpick tools or other fancy equipment. On its own, that could be a different crime, but not burglary. What matters for burglary is that they got in without permission and they intended to commit a crime inside the building. Nobody should be convicted of burglary because what they did makes you feel icky. Carol Mitchell calls 911 and says he was on the floor next to her. Carol Mitchell doesn't know who's there. And Nicole Mitchell doesn't leave the house. There is no description from Carol Mitchell of who was in her house. And yet Nicole Mitchell waits patiently. Nicole Mitchell's intent is to check on Carol Mitchell. A burglar runs. A concerned child stays. A burglary charge requires that the government prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the government has promised you they will try to prove. Carol has no idea. Carol Mitchell has no idea it's Nicole Mitchell. And Nicole Mitchell stays in the house. Nicole Mitchell stays and continues to check on her relative. A burglary charge requires that the state prove that someone had an intent to commit a crime inside the building. You've heard what the state has promised you they will try to prove. If they do what they promised you they would, you're going to hear a lot about dark clothing and flashlights and cars parked on side streets and early dark mornings and things like that. But the only real issue here is Nicole Mitchell's intent. We're not disputing that Nicole entered without consent. She did. But there are two possibilities. Nicole entered to steal something. Nicole Mitchell entered to check on Carol. Unless the state's evidence can rule out that Nicole Mitchell entered just to check on Carol Mitchell, then the verdict must be not guilty.
You've been listening to a replay of the opening statements in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell happening in Becker County. Jury selection was yesterday. Opening statements came this morning at about 9:15. So that was a replay of what you were just seeing there is her defense attorney, whose name is Bruce Ringstrom out of Moorhead. Prior to that, prosecutor Brian McDonald, who is the Becker County attorney. Now, after opening statements, there were first two law enforcement witnesses on the stand. One is a 911 operator who took the 911 call from the house from Carol Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, and then an officer of the Detroit Lakes Police Department who responded to the scene, and his body camera video was shown to the jury. After that, Carol Mitchell, the stepmother, took the stand. She opted out of audio and video coverage here, so we're not able to bring that to you. Then a lunch break occurred. They're set to come back from lunch here at about 1:15, but Carol Mitchell will still be testifying. We don't know how long she will go, but we cannot bring that to you. So we will resume after she has concluded her testimony with the next witness, presuming that that witness does consent to being on camera and on microphone. So we're going to take a bit of a break right now in this special coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, who's been charged with 2 felony counts of burglary and the possession of burglary tools. And we will see you a little bit later this afternoon when the camera coverage from inside the courtroom in Becker County continues. So we'll rejoin you a little bit later. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. This is occurring in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Opening statements began at about 9:15 this morning. There have been 3 witnesses on the stand so far. The 4th is about to take the stand here in our tape-delayed format. We're about 10 minutes behind actual live events. Is part of the agreement with having audio and visual coverage in the courtroom. The first 2 witnesses on the stand, dispatcher Joseph Robbins of the Becker County Sheriff's Office, who took a 911 call, Officer Joe Sternhagen of the Detroit Lakes Police Department, who responded, and his body-worn camera video was shown. The 3rd witness was Carol Mitchell, the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the occupant of the home that was also the senator's late father's home as well. Her testimony was not on camera or on microphone, so that we're not able to bring that to you. But now, about to take the stand, Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Office. She was a former corrections officer in the Becker County Jail, so she will testify to Nicole Mitchell being brought into the jail and interactions she may have had once that occurred. So here you go, Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Office now taking the stand.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Leah Honer, Honer.
Ms. Honer, where are you employed?
The Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current job title?
Deputy.
Ms. Honer, where were you employed in April of last year, 2024?
At the Becker County Jail.
And what was your job title there?
Correctional officer.
As a correctional officer, what are your duties?
Like, maintain safety and well-being of the inmates, doing well-being checks, when officers bring people into jail, doing the initial pat search, and end up booking them in on their charges.
Ms. Honer, do you have a document in your hand?
Yes.
Can you please make sure it's turned over and that you're testifying from memory and not any paper?
It's turned over.
Thank you. So you just told us what your duties were as a corrections officer, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working in the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
At the Becker County Jail?
Correct.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
The overnight shift.
Do you recall a female suspect named Nicole Mitchell coming into custody that morning?
Yes.
Did you assist with the booking process involving the defendant?
Yes.
Excuse me, involving Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you please walk us through and explain what occurred as you booked in the defendant?
Well, when the defendant walked into the pre-booking area, that's where we were met by the arresting officer. I then instructed her to go towards the wall. We have like a brick wall with 2 red handprints on the wall, and to face the wall as she was handcuffed. Then I performed my pre-search, just looking for any bulky weapons or any other bulky items on her person. Then once I didn't find anything of sort in that, I asked if she would comply if I took the handcuffs off. She stated she would. And then I performed more of a in-depth pat search.
When you performed that in-depth search, did you locate any items?
Yes.
Did the defendant tell you what they were, what it was?
Yes.
What did she say at that time?
A flashlight.
Okay. Was this a traditional flashlight?
No.
Where were those gloves placed after you took them?
I then handed them to Correctional Officer Eric.
Ms. Honer, is the booking room equipped with video recording equipment?
Yes.
Was this encounter recorded?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that booking video prior to today?
Yes.
Was it modified down for efficiency reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Was the version you reviewed true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
If I told you that it was marked Exhibit 8 in the court's exhibit system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 8 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 8 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Now publishing Exhibit 8. Ms. Honer, is it accurate to say those gloves were placed on the counter then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, and only if you know, was Officer Sternhagen advised of those gloves?
I do not recall.
After the defendant was booked and later on, did you have a chance to obtain some still photographs of those gloves?
I do not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Did you and your team at any point research what you believe that item to be?
Yes.
And what did you do? How did you research it?
I did just a basic Google search.
Okay, and what did you discover?
That it appeared to be relatively the same object.
Ms. Honer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Is that appearing on your screen?
No.
Whoops. There. I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 9. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the website or a picture of the website that you researched?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate photograph of what you found?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 9.
No objection.
Exhibit 9 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
And again, Ms. Honer, this appeared consistent with the item you removed from the defendant?
Yes.
That's it for the exhibit, Your Honor. Finally, Ms. Honer, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 13. Just one moment. Okay. Is that exhibit now on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
An Amazon receipt.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review this receipt prior to court?
Yes.
Okay. And were you advised of where this came from?
Yes.
Can you tell us where?
The defendant's attorney.
Is this a true and accurate copy of that receipt that you reviewed prior to court?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Exhibit 13 is received.
Asked to publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Honer, could you tell us what the second item listed on that receipt is titled? Just the first part of it.
The second item?
Yes, the second item.
That would be the toilet bowl cleaner with handle.
I'm sorry, the third item. Forgive me.
That would be the Mopey Joe LED flashlight gloves. Gifts for men, him, dad, or boyfriend.
And the apparent date on this receipt?
February 26, 2023.
Thank you. Ms. Honer, was your involvement in booking the defendant, did that conclude your involvement with this case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Honer.
Good afternoon.
You broke down your search into a pre-search and a full search. Were you the only female correction officer on duty at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So how detailed is a full search in that context?
That's going over like the waistband multiple times. They're wearing leggings. Sometimes the leggings have a pocket on the inside, so you go feel through the leggings with your fingers and your hands, and then with that you're basically just feeling over pretty much every like limb and more in depth.
Sure. And so when somebody is arrested, they don't have the same right to privacy. It's your job to be kind of physically intrusive and check very carefully. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
In the process of doing the full search, did you find that Nicole Mitchell had any other like garments under her normal garments? I mean, like, was she wearing an extra pair of pants or shorts underneath her leggings?
I do not recall.
Okay. If she had been, would you expect to have put that in your report?
Yes.
Was she wearing any men's clothing underneath the clothing that we saw in the video?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. Did you see a flannel shirt?
No.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and her jewelry, and I guess what was the jewelry in question?
I do not recall.
Okay. Besides the flashlight and jewelry, was there anything else that you removed from Nicole Mitchell?
Her shoes.
Her shoes. Okay. And did those shoes appear to fit her feet? That is to say, they didn't seem that they were somebody else's shoes?
They appeared to fit.
Okay. Deputy Honer, did you take a picture of the actual flashlight glove when it was in the booking room?
I did not.
Deputy Honer, did you generate a report after someone else asked you to do so?
I did.
And was there also a correction officer, Eric Scott, in that room at the time?
Yes.
And you could see him? Did we see him on that video?
Yes.
Okay. So it's clear that he was interacting with Nicole Mitchell at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Honer. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Ms. Honer, are you aware, do you know if those flashlight gloves were retained?
I don't understand.
Do you know what became of those flashlight gloves that were recovered?
When I left the pre-booking area, I went and resumed my post at Rover, which is on the opposite side of the building.
So do you or do you not know what happened to those gloves?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Engstrom?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Deputy, you may step down.
All right, that is continuing coverage here of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. That was Deputy Leah Honer of the Becker County Sheriff's Department. But last year, April of last year, she was a correctional officer in the Becker County Jail. So what she testified to, it was pretty short. They showed basically the video from the jail, the booking area. There was no audio there. They just showed Nicole Mitchell coming in. And then they asked her about some of the items that she got from Nicole Mitchell. And one of them was a pair of gloves that are flashlight gloves. And then it showed also a receipt from Amazon showing that Nicole Mitchell is the one that purchased a pair of flashlight gloves, matching what they found. And they're basically a pair of black gloves. There's an LED light on the thumb and on one of the fingers. And, there's no evidence that saw that whether she was using that. She had the flashlight with a sock over it, but she had those with her. And, that would be part of the evidence that the prosecution's using to show possession of burglary tools.
Yeah, but part of the process of thinking it out, driving up there, how she was dressed that early morning. Hiding the car, parking the car off of the main street into the house. So all of these sort of thought processy things, the scheming, the planning,
with an intent to enter surreptitiously.
Right.
And yeah.
I thought, it's kind of always interesting, little nuggets that pop up, little breadcrumbs. But the defense on cross-examination would ask, about basically the flannel shirt, the men's flannel shirt that she said she was trying to get. Was it underneath her? Was she wearing it underneath? Was she wearing any men's clothes underneath the black garb? And then, of course, the jailer said not that she recalled or not that she observed.
Just for the defense to say she didn't actually take anything.
Right. So interesting how those, a little witness like that, little not size-wise, but a small witness.
And that's something that the defense will then bring up later.
Yeah.
To say she didn't have anything on her, she didn't remove anything from the home.
Yeah, and of course the biggest thing for our viewers who are kind of just joining us after the lunch hour is the fact that Carol Mitchell, we can't stress that enough. This trial, I don't want to say it's going to hinge on what she says, clearly a woman. This is a stepmother, the victim of this crime, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly how she portrayed herself, how she came across, the Alzheimer's, the paranoia that Nicole has certainly referenced. She was on the witness stand probably for a good hour, both before and after, if you combine all the time of the lunch hour.
She was on, I took notes of the time, she was on roughly about 35 to 40 minutes ish after the lunch break. And prior to the lunch break, it was maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, you think that much?
Yeah.
Yeah, we could go back and check the timestamps. But certainly her testimony has been taken, and sadly, just because of the rules, every witness gets the option to not be on camera. Perhaps because of her medical condition, the judge would have stepped in either way. But on this case, Carol Mitchell's critical testimony was not shown today. So it's kind of this gaping hole in today's, we've had so much. Trials off and running. We had opening statements. We had the body-worn camera of the arrest in the basement of Carol Mitchell's home, the 911 call she makes. The first or second arriving police officers witness testimony. So much of this case is unfolding right here, right now in these first few hours, but unfortunately we just did not see Carol Mitchell testify today.
So Carol Mitchell, the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the occupant of the home, and this was a home that had been also occupied and owned by her late father, who had passed away and then given the entire estate to his wife, Carol Mitchell, who is Nicole's stepmother. They'd been together for quite some time, but that relationship had eroded. Nicole Mitchell's worried about the Alzheimer's and her being more paranoid, saying that in the video, in the body-worn camera video, you see her say, Carol Mitchell says, she wants money, or Nicole trying to explain she thinks we're trying to take some other things of value and documents. So she was on there for a while, and again, we don't know the scope of what she testified to as well. Sometimes they will limit the scope of that, and certainly the defense attorney can only ask her things on cross-exam that are brought up by the prosecution on direct exam. So you don't have free reign to ask her whatever you want. You have to stick with what's been established by the prosecution. It was their witness, and then the defense can only ask questions pertaining to that. If they get outside of that, it's a beyond the scope of objection. And but again, we'll try to find out here from those who are in the courtroom exactly what she testified to. Now we are on a afternoon break, so it does seem like we just came back, but that's because Carol Mitchell was not on camera, so we had to wait till the next witness came up, which was Leah Honer, a former corrections officer at the jail, now a deputy. Just a very small testimony from her about, again, finding these flashlight gloves on Nicole Mitchell, in her possession at least, and a receipt then produced showing that she purchased a pair of matching flashlight gloves just to establish her ownership or possession of them. So we don't know who's up next at this point. Again, they're in an afternoon break. We do know that they did say it would be somebody lengthier. On the witness list, there's several more investigators on the list, but also several more relatives, it appears, too.
Yeah, you have family members still to come, probably sort of the lead detective on the case. Usually, I know it's typically perhaps the last witness. But yeah, we've been given a warning from the courtroom today about lengthy, I don't want to call it a warning, but basically giving the jury their break now so as to not interrupt testimony. You know, the one thing I've kind of, as I'm kind of preparing news stories for our newscast later today, the one thing I couldn't help thinking, watching back the body camera footage and some of the stuff now that we're seeing in this case, some of the stuff, remember, media went to court to try to get that body-worn camera footage released sooner. I believe the defense opposed the motions, but it never was eventually released until right now, is how does it play, at the Capitol? I mean, I know Nicole Mitchell's right now, her main focus is staying out of jail, out of prison, a verdict here of this jury. But I also do wonder, does this change any minds or thoughts, for some lawmakers who are waiting to see the facts? I mean, the facts now are basically out there. I just wonder, I know, you certainly don't have the answer. I don't either.
I mean, it's hard to say.
You know, but I just wonder how it's playing in St. Paul and in Woodbury, where she's an elected official.
Yeah.
What do her constituents make of her decision making?
Yep.
In what we see in that video.
Yep. There's certainly things in that video, in the body-worn camera video, that support both the prosecution and the defense in terms of the prosecution establishing the facts that these things occurred that fit the elements of this charge, but the defense trying to say there's a complicated situation, and you got to think about why she's doing it with this family situation. So we're gonna bring you the 911 call recording from earlier in the testimony earlier this morning in a bit. We got to take a quick break here on our special continuing coverage of the trial for burglary charges of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell for 2 felony counts of burglary and possession of burglary tools in an incident at her late father's home in Detroit Lakes in April of last year, a home that is now then occupied, or was occupied, by her stepmother. And she had testified to, or she didn't testify, but in the body-worn camera video that we've seen, she talks about how she'd not been able to get her stepmother to respond or to allow her into the house, etc. And what's interesting is, again, she testified. We don't know exactly what she said, but we did hear her 911 call that she made. She didn't know who was in the house. She just knew that somebody was in the house.
And she's scared. I mean, you can clearly tell in the audio that you hear, stepped on.
Yeah.
As long as, you know, again, I know when we were talking to Marcer, maybe inability, you know, when defense was questioning her today, perhaps to establish that, you know, she wasn't really lying underneath and didn't step on her. But there's certainly the suggestion in this 911 tape that she got out of bed and stepped on somebody.
And she didn't know who it was when she made the 911 call. And the defense pointed this out too, that she said him or he. Meaning, again, she just knew that somebody was in her home.
Right.
And it was, you know, obviously for anybody is going to be an extraordinarily terrifying situation if you believe somebody is in your house. And said they went down to the basement. So, I mean, clearly not only knew they were there, but knew where they went, but didn't know who it was. And so it was kind of labeled as a home invasion, which to many counts, it feels that way.
Yeah, no, it does. And then we would subsequently watch the body-worn camera. But yeah, take a listen, I mean, to the 911 tape here.
Clark County 911.
Somebody just broke into my house.
Already?
Ran down into my basement.
What's your address?
Oh my God. Avenue.
Granger Road in DL?
Granger Road. Yeah.
Becker 30 car for active burg, Granger. 37, Party State's individual broke into their house and ran down in their basement, 709 Granger Road.
I don't know if he's breaking out the back window or what.
Did you get a look at him at all?
No, it was completely dark. I tripped over him. He was on the floor next to my bed. He ran downstairs into my basement.
Okay. Can you hear him breaking out the window in the basement?
I'm not hearing anything right now.
Okay. But did it sound like he was breaking something?
I don't know. Maybe the window's already open down there. There's a basement, a drop window that can crank open. I don't know. He's just here.
I'll stay on the line with you. Don't worry. I have officers en route right now. If you hear anything, just let me know what's going on, okay? Are you armed?
I have a little steak knife in my hand right now.
Steak knife? Okay. All right.
I don't see any, my yard lights haven't come on outside or anything, you know, the motion light in the back or anything.
Did you notice any vehicles or anything like that?
No, I haven't.
So it sounded like this individual broke in. RP got up and almost tripped over whoever's lying down inside the house before they ran into the basement. 37 copies. Okay, am I speaking with Carol?
Yes. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh my God.
Did you hear anything at all?
No.
Is there any exits in the basement? There's a drop window. She doesn't know if he got it open yet or not.
On the back side of the house, yeah.
What's that?
Down like on the back side of the house, yes.
Okay.
I just turned a small light on in my backyard and I'm trying to look out over that window. And
did you hear or see any vehicles drive away?
no, I haven't. I just heard something and I went downstairs now.
Female police, she
Okay.
Step 4. She believes she heard something else in the basement.
Is that police?
There's officers that just came outside your residence, yeah. You just came in, I think.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. There's a drop window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's how he ran down there.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here. All right, Carol. You can.
Should I hang up?
Yep, you can hang up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
And there you go. That was a recording of the 911 call made by Carol Mitchell on the early morning hours of April 22nd, 2024, when she discovered that somebody was in her home, didn't know who it was, but you could hear the fear in her voice. Understandably so. We'd all be terrified if we woke up and knew that there was somebody in our home. And that's what got police out there in a hurry and discovered Nicole Mitchell in the basement, where they took her into custody. So we are probably 5 minutes or so away from being able to resume our court coverage here with the next witness on the stand. Again, we are doing this via about a 10-minute video delay from the court is part of our agreement with having the audio and visual coverage. So in about 5 minutes, we have another police officer who responded that day, who's now a sheriff's deputy, and took body-worn cameras. So presuming we will see that, his version of the body-worn camera from his angle. Not that it's anything different, but a different angle on it all.
It appeared he would have been the first one in the home because the second officer we heard from
Sternhagen.
Yeah. And now Wothy is the name. So he's we'll see him shortly in terms of that 911 call we just listened to. That was played this morning, mid-morning. First witness, the state called the dispatcher who took the 911 call, whose voice you hear about the response. Again, a burglary that sent officers to the house. I think at this point, as we start stacking up how the state is calling their witnesses, the police on scene, the dispatcher on the call, I do still wonder about putting Carol Mitchell where they did this morning, the stepmother. I don't know if she's, you could speculate that, today was, a good day for her, or
potentially,
fit her in time-wise.
And then also that establishes sort of the timeline of events. And she was the one that made the 911 call.
Right.
And how much they got into some of the preceding elements in the family drama. But again, another police officer, now sheriff's deputy, will be up next. There's a couple more officers, an investigator, the police chief, also on the prosecution witness list, and then some other family members and friends as well on their list too. So Marsh Hallberg was saying that he thought that this could be wrapped up in just a few days.
It does feel like it's moving along. And one thing that still would be left to come is establishing the probate situation. I know some of the evidence they've talked about entering is not just the obituary, but the probate ruling that gave Carol Mitchell the full estate of Rod Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's dad, and obviously what had her so distraught in her mind to go there, all about the ashes.
Yeah, and
it seemed like the funeral was really the tipping point.
Yeah, that she'd done something with the ashes or a memorial service at a time when Nicole couldn't be there, she said. She was promised, she said in the video, a portion of the ashes so that they could bury them with some other family members, and was not getting any response about that. And so that was what she said she wanted a portion of as well. We're again about 2 minutes away, a little more than that, before we get back to the continuing coverage here. Let's talk briefly about a different legal situation going on here.
Kind of touches, this case touches it, I mean, slightly.
A little bit, yeah. This was delayed because of the situation with Vance Belter's arrest and the fatal shootings of Mark and Melissa Hortman, and the very serious injury shootings to John and Yvette Hoffman. So that delayed this because of that, and now there's another development here.
Yeah, 3 o'clock, so Central Time if you're watching elsewhere, so we're about 2:40, about 20 minutes away. Federal officials are gathering, also local law enforcement in downtown, I believe it's Minneapolis, to discuss a development in the Vance Belter case. Again, this is a political assassination. It actually delayed Nicole Mitchell's trial a couple of weeks because they were concerned about safety, because the trial was set to begin the Monday after the the attacks.
And this is from the U.S. Attorney's Office, and it's acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson. So I know I talked to Joe a couple of weeks ago when Vance Belter was at court last. And when I said, hey, what's the next court date? And he said, well, that all depends on when the grand jury comes back with an indictment. And they have basically a month from the criminal complaint, which came out on, I think, June 15th.
It did, yeah.
And so today's a month later. So
we expect it to be the announcement of the formal indictment. The feds had charged murder, gun possession, stalking. But that they would need a grand jury indictment to then proceed, and they would have the 30 days. So we think all of these elected officials are coming together again at the top of the hour here in downtown Minneapolis, the federal courthouse, to, we think, announce a formal indictment against Vance Belter, who is obviously currently in jail in Sherburne County.
And it could be some of the same charges that were in the initial criminal complaint. There could be different ones or additional ones as well. Is what acting U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson was explaining to me last time we talked a couple of weeks ago. All right, we're going to resume our coverage, though, of the Senator Nicole Mitchell trial in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes with another police officer, former police officer, now sheriff's deputy, testifying about his response to the Mitchell home on the morning of April 22nd, 2024. There you see him. Oh, well, we saw him for a second. And there's Nicole Mitchell as well, right there with her defense attorneys at the defense table. And this officer, now deputy, will take the stand, and presumably we'll see his body cam video as well. We resume our coverage.
Ethan Wolthe, last name W-O-T-H-E.
Sir, where are you employed?
Currently employed with the Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your current title?
Deputy Sheriff.
So you're in Brown here today?
I am in Brown.
Where were you employed on April 22nd of last year, 2024?
I was employed with the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Deputy Wolthy, will you please outline your education and experience to become a peace officer?
I have a degree from the Alexander Technical Community College in law enforcement. I also do multiple continuing education trainings required by the Minnesota Post Board every year.
Was your job at the DLPD your first law enforcement job?
It was.
Okay. And when did you start there?
I started 2 years ago on the 4th of July.
Deputy Wolthy, I want to turn your attention back to April 22nd of last year, 2004. Were you working that morning?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been assigned to?
I do.
Can you tell us?
I was working 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Who were you working with at the time?
Officer Joel Sternhagen.
Would he have been, would superior be an incorrect word?
No. He had more experience. He had more seniority than I do.
Okay. At some point, were you dispatched to a residence in Detroit Lakes?
I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
I believe the address is 706 Granger Avenue, or Granger Street, Granger Road.
And would you agree that whatever the records show is be accurate?
I do.
Why were you dispatched to that residence in Detroit Lakes?
I was dispatched to that residence for a report of an act of burglary. Dispatch advised that the caller supposedly stepped on someone and that party ran to the basement of the residence and might be trying to get out through the basement.
From the time that you pull up in your squad as you enter the house, can you walk us through your response?
I was running stationary radar at about Highway 10 and 59. When I arrived at the residence, I knocked on the door and was greeted by an older female. She had to unlock the door for me to go in. Once I got inside the residence, she motioned me to the south wall of the house where the stairs to the basement were and said, someone's down there. I can't remember what her exact words were.
And what did you do at that time?
I got to the top of the stairs. I announced my presence. Police department, show us your hands, make yourself known. And while I was doing that, I heard some rustling coming from what I believed was underneath of the stairs.
Did you announce your presence more than once?
I did.
And at some point, what happened on the stairs?
What do you mean?
Did your partner arrive on scene?
My partner did arrive on scene shortly after I announced my presence and advised whoever was downstairs or whatever was downstairs to make themselves known.
Who got to the foot of the stairs first?
I believe Officer Sternhagen did. He told me to step aside and he went down the stairs.
And what happened next?
From after we made it down the stairs, I went left. Officer Sternhagen went right. I couldn't see exactly where he went, but from what I could see, I went into a open room in the basement to make sure nobody was in there. And then while I was doing that, I heard Officer Sternhagen tell somebody to show us their hands or something like that.
Were you ultimately advised of the suspect's identity?
The suspect, it was, we asked to do this thing, look in house, see if they are in our system, and dispatch advised they didn't find them, but the suspect did give us a name and date of birth.
So what happened after the suspect was located?
When the suspect was located, Officer Sternhagen had the suspect get on their stomach, and I entered the room at that point and handcuffed the suspect with their hands behind her back.
Do you recall, you testified earlier about an elderly or older female. Do you recall the homeowner's name?
Carol was her first name.
Recall her full name?
You want me to say her full name?
If you recall it.
I believe it's Carol Mitchell.
Okay. When the suspect is arrested, where was Ms. Mitchell at this time?
When I placed handcuffs on the suspect, I looked up in the doorway and observed Carol standing in the doorway of where we came in.
Okay. At some point, did she make her way downstairs?
She did, yes.
Was that at your request?
It was not.
Okay,
Before I went downstairs, I asked her to stay upstairs until we got the situation handled. But
would it fair to say that wasn't ideal that she had come downstairs?
that was not ideal, no, for a safety standpoint.
At some point, were you able to help Ms. Carol Mitchell back upstairs?
I was.
Okay. Deputy Wolde, again, did you became aware of the suspect's identity? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us who it was?
It was Nicole Mitchell.
You see Miss Mitchell again? If you saw Miss Mitchell again, would you recognize her?
I would.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe where she's seated and what she's wearing?
She's seated to my left at the end of that table wearing a purple shirt.
Okay. Does the record reflect the witness has again identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. Did you interact with the defendant inside the house?
No, I left that to Officer Sternhagen.
So what were you doing at this time after the defendant was arrested or detained?
After the defendant was arrested, I was trying to get Carol upstairs away from the situation so Officer Sternhagen could try and get a statement from the suspect. I did get her upstairs, I believe, but we later came back downstairs.
At some point, did you become aware of a foreign object or item that you believe belonged to the defendant?
I believe it was Deputy Bruce mentioned there was a hammer sitting on the stairwell that I came down. When I asked Carol about the hammer, she stated that it was hers and she used it for protection.
Okay. What about in the back window, Deputy?
There was a blue crowbar found in the egress window on the south side of the house. We were made aware of that later on while I was at the police department typing my report because Carol found it and called us to notify us about it.
Okay. I apologize, Deputy Willie. Let's stay chronologically here. Close in time to the defendant's arrest, did you discover anything or learn of any other possessions the defendant may have brought into the home?
While I was downstairs in the basement, in like a utilities room, I would call it, I located a black backpack sticking in a small window about taller than I was.
Did you photograph that backpack prior to moving it?
I did.
Took multiple photographs?
I did, yes.
Deputy Wolde, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 16. Can you let me know if that's on your screen?
It is.
Okay. And next, Exhibit 17, 18, and 19. Can you tell us what's in those photographs?
Well, there's a shelf in front of the window, but like I mentioned prior, there is a black backpack shoved in a small, I don't know what kind of window it is, but a small exit to the outside.
Are Exhibits 16 and 19 true and accurate depictions of the scene that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibits 16 through 19 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 16, 17, 18, and 19 are received.
And again, I just asked to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Deputy Williams, starting with Exhibit 16, just briefly tell us what this is.
It's pretty much the same picture as shown before, but a closer up of the backpack that is lodged in the window.
Okay. Exhibit 17?
Pretty much the same picture. I tend to double click my camera sometimes. So.
How about 18?
That's a farther back picture of the backpack located in the window, just with more of the quote-unquote clutter in front of the window.
And again, 19?
Same picture. Like I said, I tend to double-click my camera when I take pictures.
Can you describe how this backpack was wedged in the window?
It was wedged in the window. I tried to pull it into the house from the inside, but I was unable to. I had to have Deputy Bruce go from the outside to get it unlodged from the window.
You were unable to pull it into the house?
Correct, yes. I could not pull it into the house.
Okay, so what did you do next, Deputy Wolfe?
I brought the backpack upstairs. I believe I brought it out to my squad car and then interviewed Carol.
What did, when you said Carol, you mean Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay, what did Carol Mitchell tell you at that time?
While I was with Carol, she stated that the female located inside her house was her stepdaughter, I believe. I might be mixing that up. And then she ran me through some family troubles that they might have been having in the past.
Okay. And you testified you took the backpack out to the squad?
I retrieved it from Deputy Bruce and then took it out to the squad car.
And just tell us who Deputy Bruce is.
Deputy Bruce, he's a canine handler for Becker County. We called him to the scene because there was maybe thought that the suspect might be trying to leave the residence.
So at some point you retrieved the backpack, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And did you later inventory that?
I did search the backpack later, yes.
What did you find in the backpack?
Inside the backpack, I located Nicole Mitchell's driver's license, Senate identification, 2 laptops, some Tupperware and a couple of water bottles, and then there was like some rubber gloves in there at the same time.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Deputy Wolfe, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It's a black backpack, or not backpack, laptop.
Is this one of the laptops that was recovered from the backpack?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 20.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 20 is received.
You told us about the contents of the backpack, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you recall reviewing a note that was inside the backpack or a list?
I do.
Was that list retained?
That list was not retained at the scene.
Okay. Deputy Woolley, how many burglary calls had you responded to in your career at this point?
This was my very first act of burglary I've ever responded to.
Would it be fair to say your adrenaline was going?
Yes.
At some point, did you, at some point the defendant was turned over to Officer Sternhagen?
Nicole Mitchell was with Officer Sternhagen pretty much the entire time.
Did she tell you or Officer Sternhagen about her vehicle?
I located keys in the backpack, and Officer Sternhagen advised me where she stated her vehicle was.
Okay, and where was it?
It was about 1 block to the west, and then halfway up another block to the north.
Was it parked directly in front of the residence?
It was not, no.
Deputy Woolley, were you equipped with a body-worn camera that early that morning?
I was, yes.
Okay. Was your response to the scene recorded?
Yes, it was.
Did you have a chance to review that recording prior to court today?
I have, yes.
If I told you that your recording was marked as Exhibit 1 in the court's system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not, no.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to publish Exhibit 21.
No objection, Your Honor.
I will advise the court it is a lengthier recording.
Exhibit 21 is received.
Is he outside or inside?
He ran down here.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here.
Okay.
Police department! Make yourself known! Police department! Make yourself known! 37 Mecca got a little motion underneath the stairs in the house. Sounds like he's trying to get outside of the back to the north of the house. Police department, make yourself known! He's still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window. Police department, make yourself known now!
Where's he at?
Here underneath the stairs.
Police department. Underneath the stairs.
That's what I was hearing motion at. Like commotion.
Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
There's a and bathroom. It's a disaster. We passed away, and now it's here.
Oh no, you stay back, stay back, stay back. 37 back road, 1012.
Carol? Yeah? It's Nicole. It's Nicole? I was just trying to get a hold of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She also stole documents out of my house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your Aunt Nancy do it.
38 back road, 1015.
No one did anything.
Is there Nicole Mitchell in house?
Stand up.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
Not tonight.
Anything on you?
No.
I'll meet you upstairs.
Why was she squatting down next to my bed?
Who is this to you?
Pardon?
Who is this to you?
She's my stepdaughter.
Stepdaughter.
She's also a Minnesota senator. She lives in the Twin Cities.
She's a senator?
Yeah. Yeah. Was.
Was or is currently?
She is. I meant after this.
Oh. Okay.
My husband passed away just
That's kind of why I recognize her maybe then.
her father. And right the day after he died, her aunt from Fargo came here, and I was in the bedroom and they walked out with all these friends, two of my husband's sisters. She's very close to one of them, Nancy.
Okay.
They were walking out the door with all these forms, and I ran out there. I said, "What are you guys doing?" Nancy said, "We're just trying to help you. Just trying to figure out where you are financially."
No, it's my partner. Supposedly,
So I stepped out.
1015 is a senator from Minnesota. So I don't know if that does anything, but.
Broke into my house, and she was laying next to my bed.
Where's he at? He's downstairs with her still. To the left. Okay.
Oh my God.
Has she done this before?
Not that, but she's insisted that my son should get nothing. She should get everything and all that stuff. She's trying to
Where'd she come in at?
get into my
Do you know?
I don't have a clue.
You don't know?
No.
Any doors that are open?
My doors
Does she have
open.
keys?
They had those
Those sticks?
sticks on them.
Okay.
Perhaps her windows are blocked properly, but I had this stick on it.
You had the stick on it?
Officer in. Told the couple.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Any windows open that you don't know of?
My kitties haven't run off and so.
Okay, any windows in the basement? To the basement?
That's the one I think that's what you asked.
Where's that window at? Just tell me, I'll walk down there and take a look.
You guys are good. She's there to help. She's trying to get me. She helps. I can show you my bank account.
Let's go upstairs.
I'm thinking it would have had to have been this one, but I have no idea.
So this is the only window? You have a stick in there? Is that what you said?
No, I have. The screen is still in there. So
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, this isn't messed on here.
You're all good.
I haven't done anything.
Any windows over here?
Just put little tiny things. Yep, there it is.
That window?
Over there, huh?
Okay. Is this her bag?
That's me.
Yeah, stuck in the window. one more time. You ready to go out and try to get it out?
Yeah. I'll take a picture of it before I touch it.
Something woke me up.
Did you hear something?
Something woke me up.
Okay.
I stepped over the side of the bed and there was a body laying on the floor next to me.
Okay.
What would you do?
Okay.
Oh my God. How crazy is she? Yeah, she's good.
What do you know what she'd be here for?
She's... There's a story. See, paperwork, bank account numbers, I have no idea what you
Okay. I guess we'll check that bag, see if anything in there is yours.
Yes.
Looks like you got it all. I'll just have you wait upstairs. I'll go talk to them.
Right. We'll close up that window, won't we?
Yeah, I can close it for you. That works.
Looks like one of the paintings.
Can I use this ladder here?
Yes.
Okay.
Do anything you need to know.
What are you at? See, Ben? Oh, there's a hammer on the steps. 3705. Where'd you say that hammer was? I copy. Okay. I got it close for you.
Okay.
I'll meet you upstairs. I'm gonna go talk to my partners and I'll come back and talk to you. Can I just grab your name, just in case dispatch didn't get it because stuff was kind of active? What's your first name?
Carol.
Carol, how do you spell that?
C-A-R.
O-L, middle initial.
L.
L, last name?
Mitchell.
My
T-C-H-E-L-S.
date of birth?
11/3/1949.
49. Okay.
Did you see it?
The hammer out there?
On the stuff?
Oh.
I had a hammer.
Oh, you got a hammer there?
That one's mine.
That's yours? Okay.
That was my protection here.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go talk to Joe quick. I'll meet you back in here. Just take some deep breaths, I know that. I know it's your bedroom. Was there anything missing from there?
I don't even know she was...
I know it's your personal space, so. She was laying right here.
I crawled out of bed and stiff. So I don't think Brad had anything. I had some journals over on that side.
Okay.
Anything I don't know. And my socks.
Okay. I'll go take a look at that bag.
Yes.
I'll get the adrenaline pumping.
You know you enter right now. I didn't go through the backpack. This was okay.
Want to look through this bag? Do you have Carol in the call?
got an ID, but I don't know if it means anything, but she's a state senator. Yeah. So I'll run this since they're busy, so. You have it? I've got it. Anything else? She's got a Prius parked that way. There's keys there. Okay. So I tried looking for it. There's 2 laptops in there, so I'm going to go ask her if one of them are hers, but I didn't find anything. Okay, where does that found at? This was found in the window she came in. Okay. Did you get a picture of the window and everything? Yep. The hammer's not really? The hammer's not hers. Okay. So, Mom said that was hers for protection because she woke up in bed and she was laying by her bed. She was? Yeah. Oh, well. She ran downstairs? She ran downstairs. And then when I got up the stairs, I heard a bunch of rustling, so... I didn't find anything of interest in there. Okay. I'll ask her about the laptop. Okay. I'll run this.
Let me check monitor Jailhouse someone that couldn't start a word just in case. 10-4 and try 301 when you have time. No. Hold 5, it'll be that second building there, top floor.
Just parked around the corner, so just want to get that added. What's going on? Yeah. Okay. Got her added. Yep.
6100 units. Sounds like the suspect left. Known to wear an orange jacket, but she's not sure if he has it on now. He's short, an American male, long hair.
I'll go ask about that laptop and... So the only thing I found in that bag was 2 laptops. Do you have a laptop in here?
Well, I have 2 laptops that are unplugged, mine and my husband's.
You have 2 laptops?
I had to.
Where are they at?
I don't know.
You want to go look for them? Do you know where they were at?
No, I don't even know. I'm also not...
Do you know what they look like?
They're just little laptops.
Would you know if I showed you?
Maybe.
Okay. I'll go get them. What else?
I have I call it the tin box. It's a metal steel gray box that's always had all the legal documents in it.
Okay.
Now, that's what they broke into before. Her had her aunt do it. Stole a bunch of stuff out of there. And so I was just looking for that.
Okay.
I can't find that anywhere. But
just want to put the knife away for me?
That's it.
What's your name?
Nicole.
Are those laptops in your backpack yours?
Yes.
Okay. She's saying she's missing 2 laptops.
I can show you one. It's got my kid's Minecraft game on it.
Okay. What's the other one for?
I have one for work.
Okay. And then she's saying something about tin box.
That was a question. It was in question last time. So.
I literally had just got in the house. I hadn't had time to do anything.
Okay. All right.
I'm clearly not good at this, but...
Yeah? So, sounds good.
Again, I know this sounds like an excuse. She has Alzheimer's. She's been misplacing things. I can show you texts going back once saying, things are missing, this and that.
I'm just asking, so it's not a reason to break anybody's house.
No, that wasn't my intention.
Alrighty. I'm back.
Searching for that metal box, trying to see if I can find it.
Okay. I searched her bag and didn't find a metal box.
She must have a vehicle around here. So.
Yep. I'll go look in the box or in her car.
Okay.
But the laptops, the story she gave me is pretty good for work and her kids. But it's going into our evidence, so if something does change, we'll get it back to you.
Okay.
Look for those. I get back on and look the laptops.
Oh, I thought you meant you did find they're her laptops.
From what she told me, that sounds legit, especially for what she does for work. And everybody's got a laptop. So if you don't find those, we can always go back. Like I said, they're going into our evidence. So look for the tin box. Like I said, I didn't find anything in the backpack. I'll go look in the car.
Okay. It's a silvery gray.
Silver gray?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any further questions for me? It's been a busy morning for you, so.
She's alone, right? I mean,
yes.
Nobody else hiding in my house here?
No. I can look for you if you want.
Okay. I just shut that bedroom door because my one kitty in there, I have two kitties.
Okay.
They're both feral rescues. Chloe was right there. It doesn't bother her. Leo was hiding, so I let him go in there.
Okay. Any other places you want me to look before I leave here?
For missing stuff?
For anybody in your house?
Oh, I think you guys pretty much looked everywhere, didn't you? I think it should be okay.
She said she just got in here, so I don't know if, from what she's saying, she wouldn't have time to stuff in that bag. So, and what she was wearing, she can't hide anything. So.
And she said to you why she got in here?
My partner took a statement from her. I just asked her about the laptop in the box. So.
Some papers or something nice.
Okay. So last time, this was a problem. She was after papers. Like, can I just ask the significance of those papers?
When the two aunts came here, they took all kinds of legal forms. My husband just died. I had the tin box sitting right now here because I was going through it, trying to find out what I was supposed to do, and I was totally out.
No, that's understandable.
So the box was wide open, and when I came out, there were papers and stuff scattered all over the floor, and the two gals were both walking out with Nancy and Cindy with papers down the front sidewalk to their vehicle. And I said, "Where are you going? What do you got?" And they said, "It's okay, Carol, don't worry. We're just trying to help you get this legal business all straightened out for we know you're upset."
Do you know why she would want those papers? Like, what would benefit her from having those papers?
See, my husband didn't have an actual will.
Oh, okay.
But on all the papers that were taken, there were at least a half a dozen of them more. I've gone through there a number of times to look at my tax things and whether that he had handwritten. When I vote, Carol gets 100%. When Carol votes, Nicole gets 50% and Jonathan gets 50%. Jonathan is my son, whom I had given up for adoption when I was 18, and we were reunited 35 years ago. So anyway,
So you think it's for like inheritance stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
It was bank papers. It was all bank papers that they took, basically. and I bank locally at Wells Fargo, and Rod managed Wells Fargo out of the Fargo office while he was still working. So there was a lot of bank papers. And I'm a little thoughtful. I used to keep that little box, but I took it out of there, and it's not there anymore. So I'm thinking that's what she was looking for. Okay. Hell, she was hiding on my bed for it.
Yeah.
Did you see where she was? Did I show you where she was?
Yep, you did. I might have to.
Nothing back there, but
Yeah, I might have to get going because there's another active burglary in Tracy. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for 16, I'll be en route shortly.
Apartment 23.
Stop recording.
So Deputy Wolfe, you collected that laptop at that time?
Not at that time, no.
You collected it later in the morning?
I did, yes.
It was brought to the jail, is that fair to say?
Yep, I believe from the video it shows that the backpack was in Officer Sternhagen's vehicle.
At some point, you logged that laptop into evidence, is that fair to say?
Yes.
At the DLPD?
Yep.
And would it be accurate to say you didn't know, when you left that morning, would it be accurate to say you didn't know who that belonged to?
That would be correct, yes.
Deputy Woolley, were you called back to Ms. Mitchell's residence later that morning?
I was, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Carol called back in, stating that she had located a blue crowbar in an egress window on the south side of the house.
Was anyone with her at that time?
Yes, I believe there's a male with her, but I don't remember his name.
Was that response also recorded on your body-worn camera?
It was, yes.
Did you have a chance to review it prior to court today?
I did, yes.
And was that body-worn camera clip shortened for relevancy and efficiency reasons?
It was, yes.
If I told you that camera footage was contained in Exhibit 3, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not, no.
And again, you reviewed it prior to court?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 23.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 23 is received.
I would ask to publish, and this is much shorter, Your Honor.
Okay. You may publish.
Your Honor, just ask for a brief sidebar with counsel.
find something?
Yes, it's.
Where's it at? Outside?
Sure, yeah. It's in that little back egress, and I don't know.
Okay.
You got some kind of long tool there.
Gotta reach for it.
My friend Jim showed up to help.
Help you calm down, maybe?
Yeah.
Understandable.
And it's great.
Okay. You never seen that before?
No, it's not mine.
Alrighty, I'll jump down there.
A blue one.
Okay.
Maybe trade a duck. I have that on there. Oh, be careful. There's probably a week. If you want to move some of those bricks to get back out of there, it should be.
I'm just looking for damage down here now.
It was a week ago, a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
That window, the inside window was open about this far. It used to be my studio, and since my husband's died, I've been shoving stuff in there from all over the house, so it's a disaster down there. But it felt cold in the basement. Heat was kicking on a lot. I happened to check this one, and it was open on the inside about that far, and it's one of those roll ones. So now to find that, she might have her fingerprints on that. So.
Yeah.
I closed it, and I jumped down in there myself and made.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Deputy Wolby, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Can you tell us what this is?
It's the blue crowbar from the video.
All right, offer Exhibit 15.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 15 is received.
Deputy Wolby, when you retrieved that crowbar, do you have any regrets over best practices?
I do. Looking back, I should have photographed the crowbar in the egress window and then try and find any footprints in the dirt of the egress window before I jumped down there, and then also picking up the crowbar with my bare hands. I just want to note that I was going on a couple hours past the end of my shift. The adrenaline finally shut down, so I was getting down there on energy, so sometimes I didn't think very straight as I was tired.
And just to be clear, Miss Carol Mitchell had told you that she had never seen that before.
She did, yes.
Did that conclude your shift that morning?
I believe it did, yes.
Well, let me ask you this, Deputy Woolley. Did you return to the residence yet again later that morning?
Yes, I did. I returned with Officer Joe Steffens this time.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that next return trip?
When we returned, we went to go talk with Carol some more, and Officer Steffens also photographed the vehicle we talked about the night prior.
And you were on scene with him when he took these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review the photographs prior to court today?
I have, yes.
And these are photographs of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And what else?
The inside of it.
Were there some photographs taken of just the residence itself?
Oh, yes. We also took photographs from the outside and better lighting of the window that the backpack was stuck in.
And all the photographs that were taken that morning, do you believe they were true and accurate of the scene in the vehicle that morning?
I do.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer Exhibits 26 through 48 and understand if counsel needs time to review each one.
Your Honor, I reviewed them. I have no objection to any.
Exhibits 26 through 48 are received.
I might just need one moment here. I'd ask to publish in chronological order, Your Honor, 26 through 48.
You may.
All right. Deputy Wolde, I'm starting with Exhibit 26. Can you tell us what we see here?
This is a picture looking to the east from Long Avenue. Long Avenue would be the next avenue to the west of Carol's house.
Are we able to see Miss Carol Mitchell's house in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you describe where it is?
It looks yellowish with like the white gate thing on the front porch.
Would it be accurate to say that it's close to the center of the photograph, maybe a little north?
Yes, I would agree.
Next, I'm showing you, strike that. Returning back to Exhibit 26, what was the significance of this photograph?
It just goes to show the distance from Carol's house to Long Avenue, the next block over.
Okay, what is the significance of Long Avenue to this case?
Long Avenue is the next avenue from Carol's house.
Deputy Wolde, are you aware where the defendant's vehicle was parked?
I am, yes.
Okay, where was it parked?
It was parked just north of Granger Road on Long Avenue.
Next, turning to Exhibit 27. Can you tell us about this photograph, sir?
It's pretty much the same photo, but of more of the intersection of Long Avenue and Granger Road, where you can see Carol's house and Nicole Mitchell's vehicle.
Can you describe where the defendant's vehicle is in this photograph?
It's on the right side of the photograph and looks like a blue Toyota Prius.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 28. Can you tell us what's in this photograph, sir?
This is a photograph facing directly south on Long Avenue, pretty much right at the intersection with Granger Road.
Next, turning to Exhibit 29.
It's just a closer picture of the vehicle on Long Avenue.
And Exhibit 30.
Be the passenger side of the vehicle.
Exhibit 31.
Still the passenger side, but from the front. Directly, or the direct front of the vehicle.
Sorry, this is Exhibit 32.
No, it'd be the direct front of the vehicle.
And Exhibit 33.
It's the driver's side from the front.
I'm going to need a moment here. I apologize. Could I return to the publishing, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. Deputy Woolley, next I'm showing you Exhibit 34.
This is a view from the driver's side window inside to the inside of the car.
And next, Exhibit 35.
To be on the same side but looking in the window from the back window of the car.
Exhibit 36.
It's taken top down from the hatchback trunk area.
And Exhibit 37.
It's the back seat of the car from the rear passenger side window.
And Exhibit 38.
It's a picture of the inside of the passenger side compartment of the car from the passenger side window.
All right. Okay, Deputy Wolthy, resuming with Exhibit 39. What's the publication?
It's a picture including the same vehicle from before, looking towards the area of Carol's backyard.
The area, is that an alley on the right?
Yeah, that would be an alley. I don't believe that's not a named street.
Next, turning to Exhibit 40.
It's the same picture, but farther south on Long Avenue with the vehicle looking in the area of Carol's backyard.
Exhibit 41, sir.
Would be the direct front of Carol's house.
Exhibit 42, Deputy Wolthy.
That is a back door of the house, including the window that we found the backpack in.
Exhibit 43.
This is a close-up of the window the backpack was located in from the outside.
And Exhibit 44.
Just a close-up of the dirt of the window that the backpack was located in.
Exhibit 45.
It's a less close-up picture of the window that the backpack was found in.
Exhibit 46.
Same window, just lower and more in front of it.
Exhibit 47.
This is the egress window that the crowbar was found in.
And Exhibit 48.
The same window that the egress window that the crowbar was found in, just closer up and farther inside of the egress.
When you returned again for that third time that morning, you said you spoke with Carol Mitchell again?
I did, yeah.
What did she tell you at that time?
She told me more about some of the family problems that they had been having. She was, I believe, also again concerned about the tin box that she had mentioned when I was there in the early morning.
Deputy Wally, do you recall that she demonstrate again where the defendant was in her home?
I don't recall, no.
Okay. At some point, did you return, or strike that, at some point did you interview the defendant at the Becker County Jail?
I did, yes.
And was that captured on your body-worn camera?
It was, yes.
Did you have a chance to review it prior to court today?
I did, yes.
Is it a true and accurate copy?
It is.
If I told you it was marked as exhibit Exhibit 22, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 22 at this point.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 22 is received.
I would ask to publish.
You may.
discrepancy with the laptops. Are you able to sign into those laptops?
I'm sorry, what?
Will you be able to sign into those laptops?
Yes.
Okay. I know you already read these. I'm going to read them to you again. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without attorney present, you still have the right to stop answering questions at any point until you talk to an attorney. Do you understand these rights?
I do.
Okay. So are you willing to sign into those laptops to prove that they're yours?
Yes.
Okay. I have them all here. So you can come out and sign into them. There's the first one. Okay, how come it has Carol's name on it?
It was one that she had given me way back when to use for the kids.
Well, she's missing 2 laptops. That's what she said. So I'm taking this laptop. How about this one? Okay, that one's got your name on it. Okay. That one will stay with your property, but I am taking this one.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
If she said she was already missing 2,
So
there's no way.
I brought it up.
I took them tonight.
Okay, they were in your backpack, shoved in a window.
The whole backpack was shoved.
Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I do. The whole backpack was shoved in a window.
Mm-hmm. So, you're Mirandized. Did you try shoving that backpack out and it didn't go out?
I want to answer your questions.
You don't have to. Like you understood your rights. So.
I guess maybe I should.
Okay, that's okay. Put you back in here. Appreciate you working with that. So.
Kind of bit off. Stop recording.
So Deputy Wolbe, you retained that laptop in evidence at that time?
I did, yes.
The ownership of it was in dispute, I guess, for lack of a better word?
Yes.
And anything related to that investigations would have flushed out one of your superiors?
What do you mean by that?
Well, that concluded your investigation in terms of the laptop. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You're part of it?
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Wolde, did that essentially conclude your involvement in this case?
Yes.
Is there anything else that I haven't asked you that you think the jury should know?
I do not believe so, no.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Wolfe.
Good afternoon.
Deputy Wolfe, you had testified that, expressing that you wish you had dealt with the crowbar a little bit differently. You said you were pretty tired and kind of had a bit of an adrenaline dump. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the adrenaline was just, I was coming down from the adrenaline.
Okay. Is it sort of like hard to think and so on at that time?
Yep.
Okay. How old were you when this incident happened?
21, I believe so. I was 21. Years get mixed up sometimes.
Fair enough. Did you have a chance to review all your body cam before you testified here today?
The ones that were showed, yes.
Okay, that's what I mean. What the jury has seen, you watched those before you came in here to court today?
Yes.
Okay. How were Carol Mitchell's doors locked or secured in this house?
When I entered through the front door, I believe she had to open both the screen door and the main door, and she had poles, locking poles on or up against the doorknobs on both the back and front doors.
So sort of like a bar or a pole that would, the expression I heard on the video, and you tell me if I'm correct, was those sticks. Do you recall her saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. And this was some kind of a bar that would stick under the doorknob and then jam against the floor. Is that correct?
That's how I believe they worked. I don't know how they work for sure, but that's what I thought. That's how they worked.
And when you saw the video, did you see it? It kind of has it's like a little triangle against the table, or it creates that slight angle against the door. Is that your understanding?
I didn't see that. From what I saw and what I remember, it just looked like a angle stick that went up against the doorknob or door handle.
Understood. So your perception, and based on what Carol Mitchell told you, is that the doors weren't secured with a deadbolt, they were secured with those angled sticks.
When I entered the house, I thought I observed her unlocking locks on the door as well as removing the stick.
Okay, thank you. How much time did you spend downstairs?
I'm unsure. Like I said, if you rewatch the body camera, you could start when I went downstairs and then upstairs. But I don't know how much time I spent downstairs.
When you were downstairs, and I'm talking about when the call first came in and you went downstairs, did you see any piles or collections of belongings at either of those two windows?
No.
Okay. At any point, and did you ever turn your body camera off when you were down there?
No.
Okay. Did you hear Carol Mitchell say there's some odd stuff that she must have put by the window or anything like that?
I don't recall that moment. I remember when we were upstairs after Nicole was with Officer Sternhagen, she mentioned that she had a box of stuff upstairs after he died.
That was the tin box discussion?
The tin box discussion, I believe.
And maybe I'll just ask as directly as I can. Did you perceive when you were there the first time a stack or a pile of stuff that appeared that it was being staged to be taken out of the house by someone?
No.
Okay. When you when you inventoried the backpack, did you find any garments in there?
You say garments?
Garments, like clothing.
No.
Okay. Did you find anything during that inventory that, besides the laptop, which is being discussed in here, besides that, was there anything else in that backpack that needed to be brought back into Carol Mitchell's house?
At the time of searching the bag, no.
Okay. Anything after searching the bag?
Yes, the laptop that was opened and Carol Mitchell's name popped up on it.
Right. We already talked about that. I'm saying, is there anything else in that backpack that anybody laid claim to or claimed that was Carol Mitchell's or Rod Mitchell's?
No.
Okay. The photographs that we saw of Nicole Mitchell's car, you were able to see in kind of the hatchback of this vehicle?
From the picture, yeah.
And you did examine that. We obviously introduced them through you. You did examine those pictures?
The pictures, yes.
Yes. Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be any kind of tin box?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be a flannel shirt or a flannel jacket or anything like that?
No.
Did you see anything in those pictures that appeared to be like an urn, like a funeral urn, or like a big fishing bobber or something like that?
Nope.
Okay. Did you ever get a call or a request from one of your superiors about any of the items that wasn't inventoried or that might have been missed here?
You mean like?
And again, I'm not trying to ask a tricky question. Was there ever a time when one of your superiors said, there was this thing that we think Nicole Mitchell had, and we think it might have been Rod's? Do you know what happened to that? Did you see that or anything?
No, I never got a phone call like that.
Okay. Deputy Wothe, I want to direct you to your first body cam. If Your Honor, Mr. Keller is going to control this, if we can get permission. And I believe this is Exhibit 21. Yes. Okay. So we are looking at Exhibit 21, and since it's already in evidence...
Go ahead. I just interrupted. I was just asking if you wish to publish it this time.
I do, Your Honor. I apologize for not asking in advance. So we're going to have you watch, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds or so, and then we'll circle around and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? Go ahead.
I'm going to go talk to my partners and I'll come back and copy it. Can I just grab your name, just in case dispatch didn't get it, because stuff was kind of active?
So, Deputy Wothe, I just showed that to you to refresh your recollection and provide some context as to what we're going to talk about here. So, Deputy Wothe, the lower left corner, my fault, on the lower left corner of the screenshot there, what do you see there? Appliance.
I'm not sure. Right now it kind of looks like a colored knife.
Okay. I'm actually talking about the entire, let's see here. The way I described it was inaccurate. I was looking at the image reversed, so I apologize. If you can give me a moment. If we can unpublish it for a moment, Your Honor, we'll bring it in. It's my fault for not foreseeing it transposed. While we're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and just ask a couple of questions, Deputy Wothe. I want to ask you about the black backpack. Did you touch that when it was still in the residence?
I think so. When I watched the camera, I told myself I'll take some pictures of it before I touched it, but my hand was on it.
And I'm not criticizing that.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. So, did you tried to pull it back into the residence?
Yes.
Okay. And did you pull reasonably firmly? I mean, you tugged hard enough to hopefully get it pulled through?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And in doing that, that did not actually, it didn't get pulled through, correct?
It didn't move inside at all.
And so it was Deputy Bruce, the canine deputy, who actually pulled it from the outside?
Yep, he went out. He left the basement and went outside to pull it out.
Okay, fair enough. When you went through, and what I'm going to do, Deputy Wilthy, is we can look at the video later. When you went through the backpack, did you testify that you found gloves in there?
Yeah, I remember on the scene there were crumpled up plastic looking like clear rubber gloves.
Okay.
That's what I thought they were.
Were they? So law enforcement officers and medical professionals use a certain kind of rubber glove. Were they like that? Were they thicker? Were they different?
It'd be like when you're serving a public event with those white or those clear ones. You can see straight through them. Ours are usually black or gray.
Okay. Okay. Deputy Wilthy, you did not get a search warrant for the vehicle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Hang on a second, Mr. Ringstrom. Is that a yes or no?
No, we didn't.
And you also didn't execute it. You didn't get the search warrant, but you also didn't execute a search warrant on the resident, or on the vehicle, correct?
No.
Okay. Did you find Nicole Mitchell's keys?
I did in her backpack.
Okay.
Yes. Well, there was keys and they looked like Toyota Prius keys.
Okay. Were there any other keys there?
I don't believe so, no.
So the keys that you found was one single key or two?
Oh, you mean on the ring?
Yeah.
There was more than one on the ring.
Okay. Did you attempt to use any of those keys on Nicole Mitchell's doors?
I myself did not, no.
Okay.
I attempted to press the lock button to get the horn to sound, but that's to the extent that I went.
And you didn't see any other law enforcement officer go up to Carol Mitchell's residence to try and use it on her house either, correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Wolfie. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Deputy Wolfie, you found nothing that would suggest that the defendant took a tin or metal box that night, fair to say?
Yes.
Your Honor, could I republish briefly?
You may. What exhibit?
Exhibit 21. Deputy Wolthy, I've fast forwarded to 8 minutes and 24 seconds in your body camera footage. Do you see that couch in the background there?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you see any window that's near that couch?
I don't see a window near the couch, no.
Now, you testified earlier that you went through the defendant's backpack, correct?
Yep.
And do you recall coming across a checklist or a note?
Yes, it was in my hand.
Okay. It was in your hand like you pulled it out of the backpack?
Yep, and I had it in my hand.
I'm fast forwarding to 1434. Thereabouts. This is the note that you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us, are you able to read what that note says?
It looks like the first line says call, do not disturb. It's short and abbreviated. It says delete text, and then quotations, contacts. And then there's a word I can't understand, but then it says ringer off, and then it looks like flashlight underneath of that. And then it says add tracking Gmail, and then text to something I can't read.
And would it fair to say that you didn't appreciate or didn't understand the significance of this at the time?
That would be fair to say, yes.
And it wasn't retained in evidence?
It was not, no.
No further questions?
Mr. Ringstrom. Well, it's no longer published, but as you read that note, did that note have the word shirt on it?
I don't believe so, no, not from what I read.
Okay. You did just read it 60 seconds ago?
I didn't
Yeah.
pull it now. If you want me to put it back.
Right. Did that note say ashes on it?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did the note say papers on it?
I don't believe so, no.
Did the note say laptop on it?
I do not believe so, no.
Besides the things that you testified to, did it say anything else?
I read all the words that I could understand from the still shot.
Were there any words, even the ones you couldn't understand, that looked like the word mementos?
No.
Okay. Was there any words on there that looked like Dad's things?
Not that I believe, no.
Were there any words on there that looked like bobbers?
Not that I believe, no.
Were there any words on there that looked like camping gear?
Not that I believe, no.
Were there any words on there about anything related to Roderick Mitchell?
Not that I believe, no.
No further questions, Deputy Wolfie.
Mr. McDonald. The word flashlight was on that list?
It was, yes.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy, you may step down. Watch your step. Council approach once the deputy gets through the well.
All right, that is Deputy Ethan Wolfie, who was formerly a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department, now with the Sheriff's Office. But last April, he was with the PD and was one of those responding officers to the home of Carol Mitchell. And we saw extensive body-worn camera from him as his interactions with Carol Mitchell, later interactions with Nicole Mitchell at the police department. And now discussion about things that he did and did not find in Nicole Mitchell's possession, including a laptop that when she signed into it came up with the name Carol Mitchell on it. So there's some dispute about did she take that from Carol Mitchell from the home. In opening statements, the defense attorney said Carol Mitchell had given her that laptop. But again, questions there about something about a tracking Gmail on a piece of paper that was not retained for evidentiary reasons, but caught on the body-worn camera image. They're in recess now. We are going to take a short break here, and when we come back, find out if they've got another witness on the stand here for the day, or if they're going to be wrapping it up soon. You're watching our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. We'll be right back.
stand, watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Benjamin Bruce, B-R-U-C-E.
Sir, where are you employed?
Becker County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your current job title?
I'm a canine handler with the Sheriff's Office, the Patrol Division.
You're a licensed peace officer in the state of Minnesota?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been so licensed?
Approximately 15 years.
When did you first join the Becker County Sheriff's Office?
August 2015.
Where did you work prior to joining Becker County?
In the city of Detroit Lakes.
Was that your first law enforcement job?
No, my very first was in Wyoming, Minnesota.
Wyoming, Minnesota?
Yep.
Is that north of the metro, if I recall?
Yes.
Can you briefly outline your educational background?
I have a 4-year degree in criminal justice. I went to a tech school for the Academy for the Police side of things, and yeah.
When did you become a canine handler?
Approximately, it was 2022 is when I went to training.
Okay.
Spring.
Deputy Bruce, I want to turn your attention back to April 22nd, 2024. Were you working that early morning?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you would have been working?
I worked the overnights, so either 7 to 6 or 6 to 6.
Okay. At some point, were you asked or were you dispatched to a call in the city of Detroit Lakes?
The Detroit Lake City Police officers were dispatched to a call that I assigned myself to, yes.
Okay, and why did you join that call?
For a type of call that was given out, which was a burglary, typically my canine partner can be assistance. People run, hide, locating suspects if needed.
Okay. Can you tell us how it generally works, which agencies respond to which cities and parts of the county and such?
Yes, absolutely. So the city of Detroit Lakes obviously handles calls within city limits of Detroit Lakes. There's other smaller agencies as well throughout our county. Being a county officer at Becker County, we work closely with our counterpart agencies within our county, and we assist to enable, besides taking our calls out in the county as well. So.
Okay. Deputy Bruce, will you walk us through as you responded to that resident here in Detroit Lakes? And let me back up a second. Do you recall what the address was?
I believe it was 709 Granger Road.
Okay. Can you walk us through your response that morning?
Yeah, so City of Detroit Lakes officers were dispatched to that residence for an active burglary in progress. Information provided to us at that time was that there was an individual inside the residence that had fled to the basement. There was also stated that there was no exit from the basement besides possibly out through a window. As I was still responding, Officers Sternhagen and Officer Wolthe, they arrived prior to me. They notified over radio that they could hear movement in the basement. And just as I was arriving, I believe Officer Sternhagen stated that he had made contact with the individual and ended up detaining that said individual as well.
What did you do at that time?
So when I arrived, I got out of my car. Being that they were in the house, I went to the backyard just for a quick secondary sweep to verify that there was no one else that may be lingering in the back area. I looked very quickly just at windows that appeared big enough that someone could fit out of to see if there was any broken glass or if they were ajar. Same with the back door that was on that side of the house. I then entered the residence, saw Officer Wolthe talking to who I believe was the homeowner upstairs. So then I proceeded downstairs to find Officer Sternhagen.
Deputy Bruce, this sweep of the backyard, would you consider this a meticulous sweep for evidence?
It was very brief. Nope, I was strictly looking for people and for any entrance to that house.
Okay. And was it still dark out at that time?
It was dark, yes.
Did you locate any evidentiary items?
The only evidentiary items that I located would be later on after I was directed by Officer Wolthe to grab a backpack out of a window that he discovered.
Can you describe, tell us about that, how you pulled it out of and such?
Yeah, so Officer Wolthe, he found it while inside the residence in the basement. The window was super high. I wouldn't say high, but towards the ceiling. The bag was jammed in that window. Officer Wolthe tried to pull it back through. He couldn't, so I exited the house, went outside, and I was able to pull it outside that window, which was, it was a smaller window, and there was no egress per se, or what do you call the things that, the opening between the ground and the window. There wasn't much space there. It was ground level, so.
Did you interact with the defendant at all?
Correctly, no. I just stood and observed.
Were you equipped with a body-worn camera that morning?
I was.
Okay. Was it operating?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review your body-worn camera footage prior to today?
I did, yes.
Okay. Was it true? Was it a true and accurate copy of your response that morning?
Yes.
If I told you that your body camera was contained or marked as Exhibit 25 in the court's system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
I would not.
At this time, I would ask, or I would offer Exhibit 25.
No objection, Your Honor.
25 is received.
I would ask to publish Exhibit 25, Your Honor.
You may.
Transitioning radios, you said you're 1015? 10-4, 1015. Gregory and clear 1033. 10-4, clear 1033 at 452. And I see a Nicole Mitchell in-house. Mitchell. 10-4, not finding one then. Middleman Lynn.
Senator from Minnesota.
Broke into my house. She was laying next to my bed.
Where's he at? He's downstairs.
Why are your shoes stuck all the way up? Well, because I was trying to get him with my feet. And you asked when I started the plane, and then I got your back.
I've never done anything like this. You're gonna find it out. I'm a military commander, for God's sakes. She's got severe Alzheimer, and there were just a couple things in my dad's that I wanted to come get. Because whenever you try to help her right after the funeral,
She's not trying to help me. She's trying to get money.
she kept having to my bank account.
Let's go upstairs.
Having extensive resources.
I don't know. Yeah, this gets it messed on here.
You're all good.
I haven't done anything.
Any windows over here?
Just put them in.
That window? Is this her bag?
That's pretty. I don't know.
Yeah, stuck in the window. That hurt her yet?
Well, then you probably see what she was taking out of the house.
Can you confirm that name one more time?
You mean to go out and try to get it out?
Yeah. I'll take a picture.
Verify.
You can close that window. I also noticed a hammer on the steps. You might want to ask what's that on your way up. Last step before the door. Hey, I'll call you back in a minute.
Mitchell. M-I-T-C-H-E-L.
Date of birth?
11/30/49.
Did you see it?
The hammer out there?
On the steps?
Oh.
I have a hammer.
Oh, you got a hammer there? That's yours?
Yes.
Okay.
For protection, yeah.
All right. I'm going to go talk to Joe quick. I'll meet you back in here. Just take some deep breaths and all that. I know it's your bedroom. Was there anything missing from there?
just interviewing her right now. I didn't go through the backpack. I just in the front of the car for you guys.
So, Deputy Bruce, at the end there, where did you go next?
We had our call in Frazee for another burglary in progress.
You testified you're a canine officer or handler? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes. What is your canine's name?
Derman.
Okay. Did you have to utilize or let out Derman at all at any point in this call?
We did not.
Why is that?
It was pretty much all handled before I got there. So
You were, the defendant was arrested as you got on scene?
she was detained by Officer Sternhagen by the time I got there, yes.
Your role became more of supportive at that time?
It was supportive, yep.
Okay. And as you, just to be clear, as you walked through that backyard and looked in the windows and such, you didn't spot anything at that time?
I did not.
But again, were you looking, the depth of searching was not what you would normally do in a follow-up investigation, so to speak?
I would agree with that. I was looking directly at the building itself.
Thank you, Deputy Bruce. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Bruce.
Good afternoon.
You testified that burglary calls often need your services. A canine has possibly a special use in the kind of burglary calls that you find yourself responding to?
Absolutely, they have a purpose, yep.
They can find suspects who are trying to avoid capture?
Correct.
Canines can actually improve compliance with suspects as well.
They certainly can.
And as you testified on direct, Durham was not needed in any capacity here.
He was not, no.
Okay. Have you watched your body camera video before testifying here today?
Yes.
Okay. You recall when you were going back up the stairs to go outside to retrieve the backpack, seeing the lock bar on the door?
No.
Okay. If the video shows that there is a bar, a support bar, holding that door closed, as long as that's on your body cam, you would have no reason to dispute that, correct?
If it was on my body cam, I would not dispute that, correct.
And if it's on your body cam that there's also a stool that's laid up against that door, you would have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You spent some period of time downstairs when Nicole Mitchell was detained. Did you have an opportunity to observe the environment at all, or look around, or pay attention to anything?
Opportunity, yes. Did I? No, I was watching the female, Miss Mitchell, with Officer Sternhagen.
Okay. You did not see then when you were down there any piles of like belongings or things that were stacked by one of the windows down there?
I did not know.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Bruce. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. And Deputy, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
And that is it for court for the day in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell as the sixth witness to take the stand today after opening statements this morning. And again, 6 prosecution witnesses, 5 of them law enforcement, 1 was not, and that was Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, the occupant of the home. She was not on camera. She opted out of that, which witnesses can do. But the other 5, all on camera. And again, all law enforcement, a lot of body cam video today there. This last witness, Deputy Benjamin Bruce, basically his role was he retrieved the backpack that was jammed in a basement window. He went and took it out from the outside. And his canine was not needed. As the defense attorney said, canines can be used to find suspects, to help with compliance. The canine was not necessary in this case. Testimony continues tomorrow. There are about a dozen witnesses in total on the prosecution's witness list. And again, we've seen 6 of them already today. The trial resumes at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we will bring that to you right here in our special coverage of this trial. But again, slated to go to the end of the week. It may not take that long. We'll see what pace they continue on tomorrow. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you back here at 9 a.m.